Hello everybody, and it's brilliant to be able to speak to you from the Hazelgrave ground here in Loughborough. We have Lightning versus Western Storm, and much to the delight, Bethan Ellis next to myself, Mike Perkins, on the Lightning Cricket YouTube stream. The first wicket has just fallen for Western Storm. They find themselves 22 for on. We will run you through the teams to begin with. We have had we're into the sixth over of this game, so we are underway in this one. Sorry for our slight tardiness in terms of our start time, but we have finally managed to crack the riddle and broadcast from here, which is something of a challenge. So those teams, just to run you through them, Lightning have Sarah Bryce, the wicketkeeper, Marie Kelly, Catherine Bryce, the captain, Emily Windsor, who's on a 7-day rolling low with Lightning at the moment, Lucy Hyam, Beth Harmer, Piper Clear, has just taken that first wicket, Theresa Graves, Kirsty Gordon, Josie Groves, and Grace Ballinger. So that's your Lightning team. Georgia Hennessy, Alex Griffiths, Sophie Luff, Fran Wilson, Danny Gibson, Katie George, Nat Wraith, Lauren Parfitt, Sophia Smale, Lauren Filer, and Claire Nicholas are your Western Storm team. And as we say, we have just had the first wicket of the game. It is Hennessy who has departed. LBW, Piper Cleary for just the 2 runs. And coming to the wicket is the top run scorer in the Rachel Hayhoe Flynn Trophy from the first 2 competitions with 756 runs, which is an impressive total. I'm sure you agree, Bethan Ellis, as a batter.
Yes.
And this is probably the best wicket of the day from a Lightning perspective.
Yeah, I think so. Definitely. I think a lot of teams, especially Storm, look to build their innings around Sophie Luff. So to take her wicket early would be really key.
Would indeed. Can Cleary do it first? She's on her way from the ski lodge end here at Hazelgrave, drives it up to mid-on. Theresa Graves is there with the field, and it's returned to Sarah Bryce. There is no run. We've reached the end of the 6th over of the game, and there are just the 22 runs on the board for that 1 wicket. And we are well and truly underway, Bethan Ellis. And what a delight it is to be able to speak to people from Hazelgrave ground here in Loughborough. Because we haven't managed it before, but we're here. We have people join us as we speak. We'll get that live stream up and going and find out just how many are. Just around about 50 at the moment. That'll build, don't you worry, through the day. Look at that, already up. Ready. So thank you very much for joining us. It's an open day here as well today.
Yeah,
very
busy
busy on
people
campus.
around the uni. Struggle finding a parking space.
Indeed. Now we sound a little distorted, I have to say, on the version I hear. I'm going to just look behind me to Sally. Doesn't sound right. Okay, what we're going to do is have another go and start again. So we'll just leave for a moment. We'll sort out that slight technical issue, and then we'll come back. Well, hello again, everybody. It's Mike Perkins here. We are testing the live stream. Catherine's running in from the ski lodge end and bowling outside the off stump to her sister Sarah, who is handily there with the gloves. We're just going to try another 5 minutes. We think this will probably still be quite wibbly wobbly, but we're going to give it a go. And if it isn't wibbly wobbly, we'll just carry on. But if it is wibbly wobbly, then we will have a play with a few more little bits of kit and see if we can get a live stream with commentary working for you. But you've got the pictures, so we're getting there. And I'm delighted to say, still with me, is Bethan Ellis. Bethan, how are you?
Yeah, I'm all right, thank you. Good day.
A little bit chilly, I would say.
Yeah, I've had to put my coat on. It's got a little bit windy now, but it's all right.
It certainly has got a little bit windy. So if you join us, you'll probably be hearing that wind every now and again, rattling across the microphones here as Bryce bowls outside the off stump. Good bit of keeping again by Bryce S. Bryce Hay with the bowling there. They're two of the light players. Bethan Ellis, who we've just introduced alongside Mr. Mike Perkins on the Lightning Cricket YouTube stream. Bethan not in the lineup today due to a hamstring injury. We'll talk about that in due course. But as well, Bryce sisters in Lightning lineup, we've got Marie Kelly as Catherine Bryce bowls again. It dabbed away into the offside, and another single is taken. A handy single for Love. She moves from those 756 she started with at the start of the innings. She's had a 10th in this, her first innings of the third edition of the Rachel Hare Flynn Trophy, so she's got 766 in total in the competition. She's the leading run scorer going into this year's competition. It's driven up to Piper Cleary just in front of us mid-off down the boundary edge here. So Marie Kelly, Sarah Bryce, Catherine, who we've mentioned. Emily Windsor is on a 7-day loan. We've got Lucy Hyam, Beth Harm, Piper Cleary, Teresa Graves, Kirsty Gordon, Jo Groves, and Grace Ballinger as Catherine Bryce makes her way in again. Decent length ball, flipped into the legs side. Kirsty Gordon there, eagerly fielding that ball. Often an eager fielder, I feel Kirsty Gordon would be. Is that how she is in training, Bethan?
Yeah, definitely. She brings a lot of energy to the team, I think. In the field, always getting the ball back into the keeper and stuff, which is really good to have out there. Yeah.
That brings to an end the end of the over. We'll just run you through the Western Storm teams. That's John Hennessy, Alex Griffiths, Sophie Love, Fran Wilson, Danny Gibson, Katie George, Nat Wraith, Lauren Parfitt, Sophia Smale, Lauren Filer, and Claire Nicholas kicking up the lineup. And the wickets fall so far is that of Hennessy and LBW to Piper Cleary for 11. That left the score 22 for 1, and it has now progressed on 46 for 1 at the end of the 12th over, as in comes the aforementioned Gordon. Now, that was a ball. It looked for a moment as if it was going to be a catch. It nearly fooled me, but Bethan Ellis was watching far more closely. Didn't even flinch there.
Right. Yeah, definitely hit that into the ground. So.
What we're going to do is we'll bring you commentary, hopefully, the rest of the time, and then we're going to just go and have a check on the sound and make sure that it is not going wibbly wobbly. I'm afraid it may be, and if it is, and this is a point at which you hear me properly, our apologies for that. We will continue to work on it and continue to try to solve this technical challenge here as Love takes that single up to mid-on with just a clip dot into the leg side. But at some point this afternoon, I'm hopeful and relatively confident we will be able to view commentary as well as pictures, as that one is driven by Griffiths, firm up the offside of the wicket, and there's no run on off. So Griffiths, who faced the first ball of this innings, and is dabbing away the latest one from Kirsty Gordon. We were mentioning as we were chatting before, Bethan, that Kirsty Gordon back in the side, 16 wickets in the competition last year, leading wicket takers. So it's going to be quite a battle between her and Love. We'll get your thoughts on it. Just a moment as Kirsty Gordon get her first wicket of this year's edition of the competition with a lovely righted left arm orthodox delivery. Did just enough moving away from Griffiths, who had a big old heave at it, missed. It's 47-2, and Bethan Ellis, every time we get off start, looking, there's a wicket, which is a good thing from a Lightning perspective.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's been a really good start for us. Taking wickets has been quite a big focus for us up top. So to get 2 and for them to be only from 47, really good start for us.
And both the openers, it's always nice when you get both the openers, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
You're into the
Get a
middle
new
order
batter,
then.
yeah.
And they're generally a bit more free and loose. And
Yeah.
you're not going to get anyone stodging it up for 50 overs now. We know that. But yeah, I mean, we were talking about Kirsty Gordon, and she proved her worth there. But I guess from the Lightning perspective, she almost have to for you get Sophie Luff. Does that have to be the key battle in the game? And you've got Catherine Bryce, who takes wickets as well. You've got the likes of Teresa Graves, can bowl. Piper Cleary as well is a strike bowler, bowled very well at Grace Road, for instance. But are you looking to Kirsty Gordon as the former England player to get Luff out here?
Yeah, I think she's obviously like a strike bowler for us, but we've got a lot of different bowling options which can all take wickets. So for her to put in a good spell now and then, hopefully either take a wicket or create some pressure so that someone take the wicket.
We shall see. We shall see. Gordon then, just looking at the back of a mark, waving Teresa Graves from sort of backward square leg in the ring to backward square leg on the boundary. So that's a big fielding change, which we've got up at mid-off. It looks like Catherine Bryce up there off, by the way. She's playing with those sleeves. And that one's driven into the offside, and Bryce is round, does a good bit of fielding and returns sister Sarah. We don't have to say that they're sisters every time they combine like that, but it's always good to tell new listeners, particularly as we're a little bit wibbly wobbly on the audio at this stage. Right, that's the end of the over. What I am going to do is I'm just drop the line for a second. We're going to go and check that, and hopefully myself and Beth and Alice will be back in just a moment, and it'll all be seen right. If not, we're going to have a play around with a few wires, and hopefully we will be able to get back and bring you more this game between Lightning and Western Storm. But for now, I'm going to say a quick goodbye, and we'll be back in a moment. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Hazelgrave Ground in Loughborough. You're with Mike Perkins and Bethan Ellis on the live stream. We can hear ourselves back slightly, so we'll turn that down. And the score is 107 for 2. We're in the 23rd over of the game. It's been bowled by Teresa Gray. Not out batters are Sophie Luff, the leading run scorer in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy over the first 2 editions, and Nat Wilson, the former England international who retired over the winter and is cutting that one away into the offside and looking for a single. Hyam across at cover, does the fielding. As I say, delighted to be joined by Bethan Ellis. Bethan, thank you for joining us. You've joined us several times on this attempt to get things working. It's a bit of a challenge broadcasting from Hazelgrave, but we think we may well have solved it today. And thank you for being here. Thank you for giving us your opinions, and we'll bring some more of those in just a moment as a single is taken with that off drive. 109 the score moves on to for 2. How are you assess score at this stage?
Yeah, I think we started really well in the power play. Got an early wicket and restricted them quite well. I think now this partnership's starting to build, and think this is something that we need to break to make sure that they don't manage to build quite a big score.
Lovely cut there from Graves as this one is out to the boundary on the offside. Single taken, 110 for 2. Yeah, I think you're right about that. I mean, this is a partnership of 2 high-class players. Luff, leading run scorer in this form of cricket, the 50-over Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy competition. And you've also got a former international player and a very recently retired international player.
Yeah, definitely. I think they're 2 players that can bat for a long time and put a big score on. We saw that last week when we played them in friendly, and these 2 batted for about 30 overs together and managed to build a really big partnership. So this is something that we'll be really looking to break right now.
And Sophie Luff, of course, got a bit of recognition with England A as well, didn't she? So, I mean, I suppose over the winter when she first got into that side, people would have been probably. She's quite a popular figure, it seems, as she claps this one away and won't be too popular with the Lightning fielders there because she's found the gap and hit 4 runs. 114 for 2. We are in the 24th over of this game. It's Hyam who's been dispatched to that deep straight mid-wicket boundary. Cow corner, as it sometimes gets called, but it was a classier shot than that.
Yeah, definitely. I think she's a really underrated player. She builds an innings really nicely. Runs really well to start with, and then suddenly, before you've noticed, she's on 30 like she is now.
So were people pleased to see her get that, as a sort of underrated player? Were people pleased to see her get that recognition?
Yeah, I think so. I think,
Here's Hyam again, as I'll just cut in for this ball. Way to Beth Harmer. And the field team is there to ensure there's no scoring done. And we are underway. We are sounding good. We've had the thumbs up, Bethan Ellis, which third time lucky at probably a few more than 3 attempts over the last 6 months. But it's brilliant to be broadcasting here, isn't it? It's such a good venue.
Yeah, definitely. It's nice and close. The fans are really close to the pitch, which is nice as a player. And it's obviously open day as well, so lots of people coming in and out, people on the hill.
Here's Hyam bowling, just short of a length. Well defended, actually. Very well defended by Sophie Luff, as you'd expect, frankly. But it's just simple, isn't it? Just those movements. I guess that's what you're a batter. You're an all-rounder, aren't you? But you're a batter. I guess that's what the coaches are always talking about, simple movements. That was a bit more of an extravagant one on the pitch, and it was a little bit of an inside edge. 114 for 2, the score remains with that double. But is that what they're always talking about, that sort of sticking to those simple movements?
Yeah, I think so. Definitely in the longer formats of the game. Maybe not in T20s, but...
Well, as I say, we had one shot that was almost like the test match we were seeing in the week with England playing South Africa, and then 2 shots there where she's down the track and almost playing like it was a T20. So shows the different modes, I suppose, that you need in 50-over cricket. 114 for 2. We're under the gazebo here at Hazelgrave Cricket Ground. We've got the Athletic Stadium away in the distance. That's where they'll be coming from in the next over, which will be the 25th of the innings, so approaching the halfway mark. I'm sorry it's taken us so long to get off the mark, but I am delighted we are being able to speak to you today, being able to bring you this game, not only with pictures, but also with commentary, as we have at Grace Road, as we have at Trent Bridge. How have you enjoyed those experiences so far this season? I think you played at both venues so far, haven't you?
Yeah, it was really good. I think it's good to start playing at those sort of grounds. Obviously a bit of a disappointing T20 campaign for us, but we've learned a lot from that, I think. And it's good just to get those experiences, because I think it will become a lot more common.
In comes Graves then to bowl. Wilson's hitting over the top. This is going to be out. And Fran Wilson, who was looking so dangerous on 43, swipes at the turf because she's out. And she just didn't quite get hold of that. It didn't sound quite right off the bat. And it's ended up in the hands of mid-off, which was Catherine Bryce. And that is the end of Fran Wilson trudging off the pitch, bat under the arm. A lot of the work will now revert onto Sophie Luff. But you were saying the partnership needed to be broke. We've said every time we've come on, there's been a wicket. And Bethan Ellis, once again, you are the charm for your team. You have brought another wicket. The Western Storm, 114 for 3. This game very much in the balance.
Yeah, I think that's a really big wicket for us. Hopefully take a few more, but I think if those two had kept going, they'd have set a really nice platform to go big at the end. So I think that's really important that we've brought that early.
Yeah. It's a key partnership in the game. Broken. You're with Mike Perkins and Bethan Ellis on the Lightning Cricket's YouTube stream. Do make sure, if you watch this, if you're enjoying this, that you hit the like button. That helps people find us. We've got around about 200 of you with us at the moment, and 4 have already hit that thumbs up button. So thank you very much for that. But do tell people that we're on. As I say, first time we've been able to broadcast from this venue, as Emily Windsor, who's on a rolling 7 alone, makes her way past us. We'll, I imagine, get a 12 fielder then to just cover her brief absence during this wicket. But the partnership has been broken with a score on 114. They came together with a score on 47, and they always say never do maths live on air, which is why I'm getting the old calculator out. 140 minus 47, a partnership of 67 then. So it's the biggest of the game so far, but it had the feeling as if it could have been 100, 150.
Yeah,
It
definitely.
was going that way, so...
Yeah, those two can bat for a long time, so I think 67 will be happy if we manage to restrict the rest of the partnerships now.
And I think that's worthy of a note in the 25th over. Partnership broken for 67. It was Fran Wilson who was out. And yeah, it's been certainly a Eve Stevens game so far. We're just approaching the halfway point of the innings. And Lightning have just been there and thereabouts with the wickets, haven't they? But as you say, that big partnership, and it was free scoring, it felt to me. They came together, in the 13th over, just towards the end of the 13th. So it was a 12-over partnership of 67 as well. So not quite won a ball, but there or thereabouts.
Yeah, I think they were looking pretty good. So I think we'll look to squeeze a little bit now with the new batter in. But yeah, I think we'll be pretty happy with the start. Hazel Graves quite a high-scoring ground because it's so small. So I think 114, we're not too worried at this stage.
Just over 5.5 the partnership went at. And Emily Windsor went to get a banana, which is that a regular occurrence for fielders? They go and have a little snack at the halfway stage. I suppose it was sort of
drinks. Yeah.
I was going to say it was almost an unofficial drinks break, wasn't it? Because even though we haven't reached the 25 over mark, they decided to have drinks. But do you have a preferred snack, Bethan Ellis?
I quite like a cereal bar. I think
Okay.
I'd go more cereal bar than banana.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Does it not feel a bit late at sort of just after 12 o'clock to have a cereal bar?
No, I don't think
No,
so. I think
okay.
you have breakfast early because
Right,
we end
fair
up getting to the ground about 8:30. So quite hungry by now, I think.
Yeah. See, I'd have a cereal bar. I did have a cereal bar on the way in the car,
Yeah.
but I mean, I'm quite a long way from an athlete, it has to be said. But
Probably
yeah,
have one before we go out and one at half time.
I missed my apple this morning, I have to say. I'm wittering anyway. 114 for 3, and settling over the bat is the new batter to the crease, which is Danny Gibson. Not out. Confirmation of that Fran Wilson innings to come in just a moment, as that one is worked into the leg side. Kirsty Gordon there, whipping the ball in, keen as ever. Had a good chat with Kirsty Gordon and Catherine Bryce at the Test match the other day. They were in fine form, but yeah, Fran Wilson's innings, 43 in 37 balls, as Graves comes in looking for another. Neatly hit and actually powerfully Gibson into the leg side. There are 2 sweepers back. One of them, the banana-fueled now, Emily Windsor, returns the ball to the wicket-keeper's Rice, and a single is added to the total, 115 for 3. So yeah, 37 balls, 42 minutes, 4 fours and 2 sixes in the Fran Wilson innings before she was caught by Catherine Bryce off the bowling of Lisa Graves. So I think those 2 sixes were probably the thing that was maybe worrying Lightning, that could have been a bigger partnership.
Yeah, I think so. I think as well, like you said, The 360 players can access a lot of areas.
Here's Luff, who works into the leg side. She's more of an accumulator, Luff, in a lot of ways. We'll sort of go later on in the innings, but she accumulates very well, and as we say, is a very talented cricketer because she has the most runs of anyone coming into the third edition of the Rachel Hare Flint Trophy. Adds another there, 116 for 3. But yeah, I mean, as I say, Luff seems to keep on the deck a little bit longer, accumulate a bit more, as Gibson, who's a powerful enough player herself, drives it powerfully enough down the ground. Good tumbling stop, prevents run being scored. That looked like a Piper Cleary stop. And another single is added to the total, 117 for 3. Is that sort of your impression, having played against Sophie Luff plenty of times, and probably Fran Wilson as well?
Yeah, I played against her for Warwickshire actually in the county champs this year.
In comes Graves and bowls, short of a length, dabbed this time by Luff, and again looking to accumulate, again looking for the 2, but it's not quite long enough on that leg side. The rope all the way out here at Hazelgrave, bar the room that's been created for the deck chairs, but it still wasn't quite long enough. Maybe certainly at an Old Trafford, where your previous game was, I think there'd have been 2 there, because the fielder would have probably, unless they'd been 10, 15 yards in from that boundary, it'd have probably been a long way back. But 118 for 3, the single takes the score on to. We are at the end of the 26th over. Because that board's going to tick over, is that right? I think I'm right.
I think it might be 25th.
Oh, no. Yes, of course it was, because the wicket fell, didn't it? That's what's done me. There was a wicket halfway through that. So a good over from Lightning in that respect. They picked up a wicket. Storm will be happy with their 4 runs, but they'll be disappointed to see that partnership broken for 67. And more alert than me there was Beth Ellis, the Lightning player. Not in the team today, but just sort of recovering from injury at the moment. And there's a fair few injuries, it has to be said, in the Lightning team. There's a few who had fitness tests, I think, and passed, but also a few who I think we're going to hear from today who just didn't quite make it in time for this. And I guess that probably shows the strenuousness of the training in preparation for this competition. As Hyam bowls, it's short of a length. It's hit hard towards Harmer. There's no single on offer. Kirk's been quite a long-term absence, hasn't she? And yeah. I know you've had problems with your hamstring last year, which is why, having made a 50 in the first edition, you didn't feature quite as much this time. We'll get your thoughts after this ball from Hyam, which is already twirling in, and again twirling with battershams down the track is Luff, but she can't quite find a gap on that occasion. So are you yourself and Kirk the more long-term absentees as Hyam bowls this and it's played into the onside, no run again, still 118 for 3. Whereas the likes of Monroe, I suppose, more short-term. Yeah,
I think we've got a few sort of niggles. Kirky's obviously, she's been out since last year. She did her ACL.
That was in the 100, wasn't it? I remember hearing on the Women's Cricket Chat podcast as down the track to Hyam comes Luff once again, almost replay, dot ball.
Yeah, that was late August, I think. But she's returned to full training this week, so quite exciting for her, I think. Hopefully on the way back.
Here's Hyam. This one's cut away. It was shorter length, and actually from an over that had been one in which Luff had really struggled, she's found 4 runs and made it an over that she will be much more pleased with. Luff needed the boundary there. She was looking for it going down the track and perhaps got a reward by going down, that she got a short one to finish the over off and slapped it away as I slapped my hand a bit harder than I meant to there. 122 for 3. Still a ball to go in the over. Bryce coming back into the ring. So can Luff finish with a single and finish with a very nice 5 off this over? Hyam twirls in looking for the wicket. It is driven down the ground and Luff will scamper through and clearly counts the balls as well because she'll keep the strike. 123 for 3 at the end of the 26th. And was that your assessment of the over, that the tactics had been spot on from Sophie Luff there? She seemed to create that short ball.
Yeah, I think so. She looks to use her feet quite a lot. It's something we've spoken about. So we've probably sort of preempted that and then managed to be quick enough to jump back when it's shorter. So yeah, just good batting from her, I think.
Yeah, and because it was almost quite a disappointing over for 4 ball there, where she'd come down and tried to play the stroke she did at the end of the over, but not been able to get runs for it. But anyway, it's provided her with 5 off the over, and she'll be quite that. No loss of wickets. Long conversation going on. Although,
You've got like a new bowler, I think, Josie Groves.
We have indeed. Now, what can you tell us about Josie Groves? Because she's one of those cricketers that we don't know a huge amount of. I think it's come through the academy, is that right? We've obviously seen her play a little bit in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. But tell us a little bit more about Josie, because she's not a cricketer many people will be familiar with.
No, she's still quite young, yeah. She's 17, I think. She's been in the academy for a few years. Made a debut last year in the 50 over stuff. Leg spinner from Northamptonshire, I think.
I was going to say, I thought Northampton, and thank you for confirming. Northamptonshire, of course, the county. Northampton round, of course, that hosted the Charlotte Edwards Cup final. As this one short of a length down the leg side, there's another one of those appeals. Now, and it's a wide ball. 1 to the total, 124 for 3, because I got not excited, but I thought, well, maybe, when they appealed for that earlier in the innings, and you straight away went, nah, they're just trying to make sure the umpire doesn't give a wide. And so I was onto it that time, and I'm onto it again, because that one's down the leg side. A little bit of a tricky start in blustering cold conditions from Josie Groves. I think the wind, from what we understood, we've done something about the wind, was the problem we were having with the wibbly-wobbliness earlier on in our broadcast. So apologies for that. We have solved the problem, and it was the one solved in the end, which is always good. If it's electronic, it's always more of a problem. Emily Windsor returning the ball as she comes round from backward square leg. She's on a 7-day loan with Lightning. I will just remind you of the teams, because we did do them at the top, but I know a lot of you won't have been with us, and we've now got 360 with us, so almost doubled the audience since we came on with full comment, as Groves comes in once again, and Luff is playing into the leg side. So Hennessy, Griffiths and Wilson already out. Sophie Luff and Danielle Gibb at the crease. We have Katie George, Nat Wraith, Lauren Parfitt, Sophia Smale and Lauren Filer and Claire Nicholas still to come for the Western Storm. We'll run you through Lightning in just a moment. As that one's hit in the air, oh dear, it's been dropped. And it was a fairly easy one. It was almost identical to the one that was caught. Oh, and now there could be a run out here, because Luff is going to have to scamper to the striker's end once again for the 2. Umpire Jasmine Naeem, unmoved though, uninterested in the run out. There was a very big shout earlier in the innings, actually, when we weren't broadcasting to you. But everything happened there, because Catherine Bryce, who looked as cool as the proverbial cucumber under the catch to dismiss Fran Wilson, got an almost identical one, has spilt it, it's gone out the boundary. Then there's confusion between Gibson and Luff. I think Luff just wanted a moment to compose herself. Gibson was charged back for the second. Luff had to return. She got there. It's 129-3, and this time she's going to rub salt in the wound by driving past Bryce, who's clearly sort of maybe feeling the disappointment of having missed that catch, because Catherine Bryce couldn't bear in effect the sliding stop, and Luff just punishing the error with a 4 runs. 133 for 3. I thought for all the world Catherine Bryce was going to catch another on there. Yeah,
I think that could be quite a big moment there. Sophie Luff's building her innings, but I don't know if it's maybe come to her a little bit quicker than she was expecting. Not sure.
An impressive all-round Catherine Bryce, and that includes fielding usually, but that's a real dolly, unfortunately, that she's dropped there, as this one's cut away behind square, and Luff is making Lightning pay for the misfield and the dropped catch. And that's 4 more. 137 for 3 the total moves on to. Luff has 48 of them, looking in ominous form. Came into this competition with 756 runs to her name. She's already added 44 in this innings so far, her first of the competition. The Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy, 50 overs aside, back with us this weekend. A big part of your cricketing Saturday, your cricketing weekend. We have more Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy action tomorrow. You're with the Lightning cricket stream at the moment, as Josie Groves, who could have had a wicket in her first over, but instead is looking really, having bowled a couple of wides as well in that first over, having gone for 14 from it. So she's going to have to improve that accuracy to Sophie Luff. But so easily we could have been talking about an over of, well, the 2 boundaries wouldn't have happened necessarily, so we could have been talking of her, say, she'd gone for 6 despite the 2 wides and got the wicket of Sophie Luff. It just shows the margins in cricket.
Yeah, definitely. That's the game, isn't it? Frustrating one, especially for like Josie when you're the bowler, but just hopefully create another chance. It's good to see chances being created. Now we've just got to take them.
It was so puzzling because she caught the other one so easily. I mean, it's fielding an area where Lightning are looking and going, actually, we've got another 5-10%. We can save 5, 10, 15, 20 runs by sort of catching better and fielding on the ground better. Yeah,
definitely. I think in the T20 campaign, we didn't field how we know we can. We know we're a lot better than that. So we've put quite a big focus on that over the last few weeks. And And yeah, we know we're better than that. So hopefully start to show that in this 50 over competition.
Well, Catherine Bryce has caught one, dropped one, and she will be hoping to get the next one as Kirsty Gordon back into the attack. It's short, it's cut, but Gordon's got 2 in the ring there, and she didn't, I think, mind being hit in that direction because she knows that the batter's going to struggle to get the power on the ball. It's Danny Gibson earlier in her innings at the moment. We'll bring you scores from elsewhere in this over as well. You with Perkins and Bethan Ellis, the Lightning Cricket, on the Lightning Cricket YouTube stream, as this one is driven into the offside. Harmer's across and just underarms it back very politely in the end, actually. Sparks, 101 for 3 against the Southern Vipers, who have won this competition in both the editions of it so far, as this one's cleared on the sweep and away for 4. And if we said Kirsty Gordon didn't mind being hit into that kind of point short third region, she probably does mind being hit there, and she just strayed down the leg side. She's taken a wicket, having got 16 as the leading wicket taker in the competition last year with a lovely flighted ball earlier in the innings, but that one she just dragged down, and there was no missing out from Gibson. 4 runs, 1 for 1 for 3. Slightly late start there, 101 for 3 after 23.3 overs against the champions, the Vipers, the double champions of the first 2 editions of this competition. Western Storm, who really sort of close in the first edition of the competition in that southern group when they were divided geographically in the first edition of the competition. As there's an appeal for LBW, it's a loud shout. I thought I heard a bit of bat. What did you reckon, Bethan Ellis?
I'm not sure. It's a bit difficult from this angle, but maybe going down leg, I think.
Possibly, yeah. The reason I didn't go for the angle was because I thought, I can't tell from here. But I did hear something high pitched. I thought maybe it was a bit of wood. I'd have to see the replay as this one's cut away into the offside, and there's a sweeper out there. It's Emily Windsor, who is a Southern Viper herself. We were mentioning Southern Vipers earlier in the over. We were mentioning that Western Storm pushed them quite hard in that South group. They were winning their games, going game for game in that first edition of the competition. It's great that we've got a bit of history to the competition now. Great to have 430 of you with us on the stream as well. If you can hit the like button, that helps others find this broadcast. And the other game going on at the moment, South East Stars versus Sunrisers. It is 172 for 3, the Stars, at the moment, as they go off a rain delay in Birmingham. Now that's a bit worrying because Birmingham ain't far from Loughborough. It's right in the middle of the country, so hopefully that wind, which has been causing us all some technical issues, isn't blowing that rain towards us, and we will be all right. I was told between sort of 11 and 1 any rain would arrive here, and we're getting to past 12. We're doing okay. The test match has been delayed as well. That, of course, is at Edgbaston. Sparks playing at Edgbaston Foundation Ground just round the corner, but the two sort of Edgbaston grounds in use. England 16 for 1 at lunch in reply to India's 416 all out. As that one's prodded down the onside, there is no run on offer at 142 for here at Hazelgrave. I hope you can still hear us when that wind does blow. We've certainly not had any thumbs down from anyone. We will check it once again during, but all seems to be going well. Now, as well as she played the sweep in the last over, she's just missed that one, Danielle Gibson. Looked like she got a toe end. It was almost a sort of snooker player shot, that one. No run.
Get the chalk.
Yeah. Are you a bit of a chirper out there? Would you be chirping?
No, I
get
don't
the chalk?
think so. No,
You can
probably
tell I'm
not.
a bit of a chirper, can't you? Because I was setting up to get the chalk line. As this one is played into the leg side, there is still on offer, 143 for 3. What a delight it is to be here, to be watching cricket. It's a little bit windy, it's a little bit cold. I think that has affected the crowd. But you were saying you quite like the proximity of the crowd, which I guess you don't get at a Grace Road and a Trent Bridge. Well, there was a good number in at Trent Bridge, I thought. When you
Yeah,
got
there was quite a few. I think just the crowd obviously a lot closer to the pitch, so it feels a little bit more like there's a little bit more people and a little bit more noise.
Oh, now there's another appeal down the leg side. One's out! Umpire Naeem Ashraf's finger has been raised, and it's the key wicket. It's Sophie Luff departing. Is out for 48. The drop has only cost the 8 runs, I think, there. And there'll be a very relieved Catherine Bryce, but well done to Josie Groves, just getting a little bit of turn back. Luff will be disappointed with a dismissal like that. Superb gloves from Sarah Bryce. We talk about leg side stumping being the kind of the prized possession of the wicketkeeper, but a leg side catch like that stood up to the stumps is, I would say, almost as hard, maybe more difficult. I mean, you're the professional cricketer here. You can probably put it into context better than me.
Yeah, I think that's a really good take from Sarah there. not too much of a wicket keeper myself, so not really sure. But yeah, good take and a really key wicket there, just as the rain starts to come.
Oh, don't say that, don't say that. We've only just got on and the rain's starting. Great to have 329 of you with us at this moment in the live stream. Hopefully that rain doesn't get any heavier than it is now. It's just pitter-pattery at the moment, but we might be reaching for plastic bags and all sorts of things. At least it'll give us a bit of chance to check the line is sounding as clear as we are now hoping it will do. But thank you for joining us on the Lightning Cricket live stream. I'm sure one or two will be flicking over from Central Sparks. I certainly know the commentary team on there. Kevin James, Claire Jenkins, Sarah Ginn and Samara Afzal all there today, and they will certainly be clicking over because I know that they're all proper keynotes basically. Although maybe they'll be watching the South East Stars with the Sunrisers, who knows? But I think as this one's closest proximity, they'll probably be checking the weather here as well. So if you are just tuning in, guys, it's just pitter-pattering, just raining that little bit. So good to have you with us, and good to see 115 of you have hit that little thumbs up button. Thank you very much. As Groves bowls her first ball to the new batter, which is Katie George, wearing 99, I believe, in this competition, and she has hit that one into the offside to a run. The only good thing about the rain delay would be I can catch my scorecard up because it's a bit of a shambles at the moment. But all you need to know as Groves bowls is that this one has worked into the leg side. There's a single on offer, 144 for 4, the total moves on to. And the batters out so far, if you are just flicking over, are Hennessy first out for 11, LBW to Piper Cleary. Griffiths then bowled beautifully with a bit of flight from Kirsty Gordon for 22. Wilson then went for 43, caught by Catherine Bryce off the bowling Teresa Graves. Love was then dropped, but didn't make the most of the reprieve and was out caught by Sarah Bryce down the leg side off the bowling of Josie Groves in that over the 29th of the innings. And she made 48 from 65 balls in 81 minutes with 8 fours, but a very, very big wicket. And credit to Josie Groves. We were saying she went for 14 in her first over when she probably didn't deserve to, because she probably should have had Sophie Luff out in it. Well, she's got back up, she's dusted herself down, she's got it. That's exactly what you want from a Lightning perspective.
Yeah, definitely, and obviously she's still young, so it's good to see that from her.
Yeah, for a 17-year-old to do
Yeah,
that.
okay.
As you rightly pointed out, 17 has been in the Lightning Academy. Gordon bowls. This one's cut away, and Windsor is going to have to chase round the boundary, and she's not going to get there. And it's away for 4. That's a lovely shot. What a really, really good shot that one is. And George has come to the wicket and got things moving straight away. 148 for 4. Western Storm approaching the 150. Luff will be gutted not to have got the half-century. May well even be the first half-century of the competition. We'll have a scan at the scorecards elsewhere and tell you if there have been any half-centuries elsewhere. Not in the Sparks game, as this one is bowled by Gordon, driven up to Catherine Bryce at mid-off. There is no run. So, yeah, top scorer there is Eve Jones, 39, before being run out by Danny Wyatt. That could be a key moment in that game, as could the dismissal of Luff and Wilson in this game. Now, was there anything on this? Looked as if there might have been a little snick, the sort of snick that a first slip would have liked it. Jasmine Naeem confirms it, leaving the hand from one side to the other to confirm the 4 runs. And that brings up the 150 for Western Storm in the 30th over of the 152 for 4. 30th over, are you expecting Lightning to get there and reply? 30 overs to get 150, 5 and over-ish?
Yeah, I think so. I think now we need to just try and contain these 2 new batters a bit. They seem to have got off to a bit of a flyer. So just try and squeeze a little bit, create a bit of pressure.
Well, we don't quite have the ball. Now, it's raining very heavily all of a sudden. It's been sort of drizzling, but now it's raining heavily. And I think the umpires, they're looking at each other in that way where the covers are going to come on. If Kirsty Gordon wants to bowl another ball, she needs to be quick. 152 for 4. The theory often is, obviously, Lightning have won the toss here and bowls. That one skids through outside the off. I'd credit to the umpires here, and we should say that they're a husband and wife partnership for the first time in professional English cricket. Are Jasmine Naeem and Naeem Ashraf. And they're doing well. They're staying out there despite the rain. And the wind's just blown again. The wind that's been causing all sorts of broadcasting problems for us. As this one's drilled into the offside and a single taken, 153 for 4. Now they are going to ask for the covers, are they? No, maybe not. They're going to go and have a chat. Now we could well be going off chat, but it just seemed as if the wind gusted and we got a bit of lighter rain, but I don't know if that was just because it was moving across us quicker.
Yeah, it seems to have eased up a little bit now, I think.
It got noticeably heavy in that over there.
Yeah.
I mean, I could barely see it from our position under this gazebo. We're in dry, which is a good start, isn't it? Because I've been in many gazebo at grounds like this where you've not been dry. So that's a good start. I know you're in your jacket, Beth, and trying to
Yeah,
stay
a bit
warm.
cold.
And apologies about that wind if it does cause a bit of a wibble wobble every now and again, because it is very long and gusty here. But they've stayed out there, and it seems to have eased. And it seems to be back just to the light dribbly stuff. I don't think it's very pleasant out there to be playing in. Probably not very pleasant. You're sat sort of closer to the wind as well, as that one's hit for 4. Great shot. Katie George, 6 even. What a shot that is from Katie George. It looked as if it had a chance of going to 6. I thought it bounced once, but no. Umpire Ashraf's hands are up. And that is 6 runs, 159 for 4. Great hit from Katie George. It started very quickly.
Yeah, really good shot there. I think that shows how short it is straight as well. Didn't look to overhit that. Yeah.
I'd say that's one difference between the first edition of this competition and this now, the 3rd edition, is that one's played into leg side. Now this could be tough, and she's tried to run across it and is out. Katie George almost tried to go across the line of the ball with a dive just in case it would hit her. Perhaps it was a little bit of gamesmanship, but it hasn't worked because the ball snuck underneath her body, hit the stumps, and Katie George, who was in fine form, probably didn't need to take that single. She'd hit a 6 in the over, and 159 for 4 becomes 159 for 5 as Katie George is out, run out.
Yeah,
by Sarah Bryce.
Good awareness from Sarah there, I think, and accuracy on the throw from a keeper who probably aren't used to throwing as much. Yeah, really does a lot of that in training, so it's good to see on pitch.
Right, so that's something she works on specifically, because you wouldn't necessarily expect your wicketkeeper to be dead-eye, even from 20 yards or whatever that was.
No, I think she joins in with a lot of like the team drills as a fielder, not a keeper.
Right.
So she's quite versatile in that sense. She's done a bit of fielding when Abby Freeborn had the gloves last year. So
Yeah, and Ella Claridge, of course,
Yeah,
at the moment.
exactly.
I think we're going to hear from her at some point during the commentary as well. The rain just still spitting, but that was a knee hit, and with 20 overs left, Western Storm have only got 5 wickets in hand. How would you be viewing that if you were the batting side here, Beth and Alice? Would you be thinking we've lost a few too many here? We're not leaving ourselves much to attack within the back end.
yeah, I think you'd probably be looking just to build a partnership now for 10 overs. Make sure you give your lower order batters a chance to go big at the end.
So what sort of over, with 5 wickets in hand, would you be hoping this partnership goes to I mean, obviously the end, but, you know, before you started really going kind of really swinging from the hip, as they say, that's a dot ball off the knee of Gibson. What sort of over would you be looking at with 5 wickets in hand to go, right, if we're 12 overs out, 10 overs out, 8 overs out, we can really start swinging? Or would you go even earlier than that as Groves bowls this one to Gibson, who's keen to swing from this in the 31st over? That seems a little early for me, but what sort of mark are you looking at? Or is that not how they go about these days?
I think it's a bit dependent on the pitch,
Right.
dependent on your team. I think probably 40 overs would
Here's
really want to.
Groves, and this one's hit into the offside. It skids across the wet turf, and sliding out there is the fielder across the wet turf, returns it for the loss of 2 runs, 161. That was a good bit of fielding. Was it Teresa Graves out there? It doesn't look like Teresa Graves. Can't quite identify the fielder in the distance, but it was a very good sliding stop, and they looked as if they enjoyed it on this wet turf.
Yeah, I think it might be Marie Kelly.
It is Marie Kelly, you're right. Spot. As in comes Groves again, and Gibson's down the track and clapping this up to long on, but the field's well set. There's only 1 run. That was what was intended there. And the 5th wicket goes in the over. It was probably less of Groves doing on this occasion. She got the catch, crucially, of Luff to Sarah Bryce, but it was all Sarah Bryce again, picking up, throwing down the stumps. Did you get the impression George called that run, or do you think she was called by Gibbon?
I'm not sure. I think Gibson
wouldn't
has
like
been
to
running.
say. In case
I
they
don't
hear
know.
you.
Can't hear from her, but I think Gibson's been running quite aggressively all innings, so
Yeah.
potentially.
Well, she nearly had a mix-up with Sophie Luff as well,
Yeah.
didn't she? So, yeah, I think running aggressively had been the way. But I think, is it maybe an indication of the weather as well, that they're still going quite hard at this, because they know they might lose some overs at the back end, so they want to keep the run rate high just in case the DLS method comes into play? Let's hope it
Potentially.
doesn't, because I hate calculating that.
No, we had that last week as well. And
It's not fun, is it?
Yeah, it's a bit of a strange calculation, but
I do have a DLS calculator, I think, on my phone now, but whether I can functionally use it is another matter entirely. I downloaded that because we've never ever lost a game completely, I don't think. I think I'm still correct in saying that, of either Charlotte Edwards Cup or Rachel Hale Flint
Maybe
Trophy.
not.
But the closest we came was a game involving Western Storm at Chester against Thunder, and it ended up being like a 6-0. We had something stupid, like I think the second innings had started as well, so so we had like, I don't know, we had like a 3-ball power play and 14 balls of the innings remained. So Fee Morris came out and absolutely stood everywhere, and Western Storm won with time to spare as well. As in comes Piper Cleary back into the attack. She took a 3 for earlier in the season, a very the win that Lightning got in the Charlotte Edwards Cup against Thunder at Grace Road, and starts well there. She's got 1 wicket in the innings so far. That's a dot ball though. Useful player to have acquired from Thunder, Piper Cleary.
yeah, she's been a really good addition to our team this year, I think. Obviously got a lot of experience from playing in Australia. Yeah, I think really good for the bowlers just to have chats with her, bounce some ideas off her. Yeah, and really good for team energy as well.
I was going to ask, did she bring a bit of that that famed Australian energy? Most Australian cricketers seem to have a fair bit about them, as that one is played off the back foot on the cut into the offside. Harmer gets there with a sliding stop, a half stop, and she's helped out by Windsor on this 7-day loan from the champions Vipers. 48 not out in the final. And talking of additions to your squad, it's not bad to have someone who's won the trophy twice, is it? 163 for 5 the score.
No, definitely. I think, yeah, we're quite lucky to have got her.
How did that come about then? Do you know? I guess you weren't involved in the negotiations.
No, I'm not.
You must have had some
Not that
insight
sure.
into it.
Came into she played a second team game for us this week on Wednesday, and then found out after that that she was in. So I'm not exactly sure how, but
Here's Cleary, right arm over from the ski lodge end of the Hazelgrave ground, and it's clipped into the leg side. There are 2 back. It's not fielded cleanly in the damp conditions, and thrown back to the wicketkeeper. 164 for 5. We're in the 32nd over of this. Western Storm looking to find their way up to a total. Yeah, no scorecard. I thought, is that the same? It has to. Can't be another E. Windsor lurking around in the Lightning Academy somewhere. That'd be too much of a coincidence. But it was Emily Windsor, and she's on this rotating 7-day loan. As this one's hit in the air, it's going to be over the head of Bryce. She's trying to run back and get it, but won't get it. It's 4 runs. It's a really nice shot in the end, and it comes right into the commentary position. We've got the ball, everybody. Let's give it back to Catherine Bryce and get on with the game. 164 for 5. Well, you don't get that at Trent Bridge either, because you're about 8 floors up. But the ball actually rolled into our commentary position
actually
there.
practice your fielding.
You seemed less excited about it than me, Beth. I was utterly delighted that I got to field the ball there. Brilliant to have more than 500 of you watching this live stream at the moment. Great to be able to bring you the commentary of it as well. I hope the pictures are surviving in the wind. I hope the audio's surviving in the wind. It's not even that exposed, but it's just quite windy.
Yeah,
and
it
it's
is,
quite
isn't it?
difficult to get a stream on at a outground in windy conditions. But we've managed it, and we're glad we've managed it, and hopefully we'll be able to bring you many more commentaries from this ground to come. Make sure you hit the thumbs up button as well to let people find this, as this one's cut way into the offside, and it's caught, and Lightning have their 6th wicket. And on these slippy conditions, the slippery bowling of Piper Cleary, which has brought the catch at backward point. And there's all sorts of trouble really for Western Storm. They need at least a couple of hundred on this pitch, you feel, despite the wet conditions. And another batter departs the scene, and once again, this is another real struggle for the Western Storm, you feel, to get a total from here. There's every batter who comes out seems to struggle to get going. Neve Holland now being joined at the wicket after the departure of Danny Gibson, who is out. Caught at backward point off the bowling of Piper Cleary. The chat goes on between the batters here. And it's a fairly lengthy one, because they're in a bit of trouble here at 168 for 6. And I guess from a Lightning perspective, that's all you want, isn't it, Beth and Alex?
Yeah,
Just,
definitely. I think it's
just for these wickets to keep tumbling. Now, I
create a bit of
can
pressure.
see why you put there, because you've got Sophie Munro on your shoulders. So shall we relieve you of your duties, because you've you've got us through all the technical problems, which was above and beyond, frankly. So we'll dip your fader down, let your headset off. We'll get Sophie Munro in, and we can get her thoughts on that latest wicket from the Lightning perspective. We have Wraith at the wicket, and in comes Piper Cleary as Sophie Munro sits down in the seat next to me. The headset's it's a dot ball to begin with, and what did you make of that that last wicket there?
Well, I was actually just walking around, so I didn't see much of it. But it was caught at short third, wasn't it? So
It was, yeah. Almost backward point, I think. But when short third becomes backward point, who knows, frankly. It's one of those quandaries. Now, Bethan Ellis has just taken a sixer, so no pressure on the bowler coming into the
yeah,
the
maybe she should have stayed on.
Well, was that why she was here for so long? 'Cause
Yeah,
I think we were
yeah,
expecting
definitely.
a bit of Ella Claridge in, but we never
Well, I
saw her.
think she'll be on later. She's
Good. Yes, just to confirm then, the wickets to fall. Parfitt's the new batter to the crease to join Wraith. Gibson went in that over, caught by Ballinger at backward point. I don't think we've given you the catcher yet, so Gibson out for 16 off 20 balls off the bowling of Cleary in that over. We've also seen George run out as in comes Kirsty Gordon from the Attic Stadium end of the ground. We've got Sophie Munro, who is joining us, not in the Lightning team today. That one's cut away for 4 runs, 172 for 6. So we were hearing Bethan's got a bit of a hamstring niggle. I don't mean to bring you in on a downer, but you've got a bit of a niggle yourself, I imagine, or you wouldn't be sitting here next to me talking about it.
Yeah, just a little bit of a hamstring niggle. Nothing too serious. Hopefully we'll be back next Saturday. But it's looking that way. It's looking promising. So hopefully.
They can happen in these cold, damp conditions, I guess. I guess it's a fairly regular injury that can happen, particularly to fast bowlers, I suppose.
Well, yeah, I was out as well with a bit of tonsillitis, so I think just a mix of that and then coming back and then obviously, yeah, just a little niggle, but nothing too serious.
Here comes Gordon again. It's been cut for 4 here, and this one is defended back down the pitch. That Wraith into the onside, no run, and Wraith has been joined by Parfitt at the crease as Gordon once again, who has just the 1 wicket to her name so far in this innings, driven up to mid-on. Still no score against the boundary. Another couple of taps of the bat by Wraith. Short of a length, hit into the offside, fielded by Marie Kelly. So what's the mood over there? You've been sitting with the players. Must be glad at the wickets column, I would imagine.
Well, I've actually not been sitting with the players today. We've been sat over there with the pink and purple deck chairs, so it's been nice to watch the game from a different perspective for once.
As this one is blocked into the onside off the bowling of Gordon. Again, a dot. So have you sort of got company over there? Have you got some family that you've been watching with? Or?
I've been with Ella Claridge,
nice.
Katie Midwood, and the other girls, yeah.
Nice. So you've got a few of the players. Obviously, they're staying out the way of the players who are involved today and sort of the brains trust over there. But yeah, it must be nice to actually watch a game of cricket rather than being involved in it in the way you are. 172 for 6 the score at the end of the over.
Yeah, it's really nice to watch it from a different perspective. I think you can just see things in a different way, and it's actually nice just to kind of relax and watch for once. See the play.
And what have you made this week? I mean, speaking of sort of watching cricket, the Test match has been the headline thing. Were you glued to that, or were you busy preparing for this game, trying to get that hamstring injury right to be involved here today?
Well, we've had quite a lot of training, quite a lot of which I've still been able to do. So not actually managed to watch that much of the Test, but when it's been on, I've definitely been watching. Tried to catch a few of the highlights and stuff like that. But other than that, yeah.
In comes Cleary from the ski lodge end here at Hazelgrave, and this one is just defended neatly enough into the onside, and there is no addition to the total in at number 8. Lauren Parfitt with 22 on her back as the sun comes out, which is a relief.
Yeah, it definitely looks to be brightening up.
Did it have those in the deck chairs dashing for the brollies over there? I can see 1 or 2 brollies still up when that, because it came down quite heavy in one of those overs, a couple back. Yeah,
we definitely got the brollies out. I was told I wasn't allowed under the brolly because I had the raincoat on, so...
Well, that's uncanny. This one's driven away off the bowling of Cleary by Parfitt. It's returned to Sarah Bryce, rather, with gloves on, who has been very sharp. Great leg side catch, and then the run out.
Yeah, definitely. She's a good keeper. She's good with the hands. take some good takes down leg side, and yeah.
And it was a bit of a bonus wicket, that of Katie George, because she was looking fairly ominous, having hit a 6 already in the over where she was run out. So I suppose that's kind of, those are those fine little margins. I mean, the only real blip that looked like costing Lightning, I suppose, was from Bryce not being able to hold on to one, I guess perhaps with a slippy ball. I was really surprised given how well she took the catch of Fran Wilson, which was another crucial wicket. And it didn't cost much in the end because Sarah Blythe clung on with the gloves down the leg side as that one goes very quickly along the now wet turf from the rain and away for 4 runs. 176 for 6. And what Storm have done well, even though they've been losing wickets, is they've kept things moving. But, as you say, Lightning have done almost everything right in the field.
Yeah, I think we're finally showing our fielding that we've been working on. I think we've been fielding a lot better than we have been in our 20 games, which is nice to see.
Because Bethan mentioned that too, that you felt in the 12 games, and it was probably my impression, having watched the bulk of them, as this one goes down the leg side. It's a wide ball, 177 for 6. The total moves on to that there was a little bit more that could be gained in that areas. There were runs that could be saved, catches that could be taken to limit innings, that sort of thing. And that seemed to be Bethan's impression as well. So
yeah, I mean, we've had a big block and a focus on our fielding, which is what we've wanted to improve on. So
well, it seems to have more or less done the trick. We've seen a run out, we've seen catches taken. Good one from Grace Ballinger in the previous over as Catherine Bryce shies at the stumps and emphasises the point, really. That's almost like one of those drills you practice where the coach hits it out. It has to come round and back up. Good bit of fielding. 178 for 6 is the score. A single taken, but it was a scampered, quick single from Parfitt there. And it was a tight one in the end. Good work from Catherine Bryce. Well, as we say, held on to a crucial catch to dismiss Fran Wilson for 43. Sophie Luff, the top scorer, caught by Sarah to the bowl and Josie Groves. So that one nipped through, and that just shows it's going to be tricky to bat on this pitch. I mean, I'm sure you'd probably like a bowl on it at the moment with a bit of juice that's sort of fallen from high, because that one really zipped and nipped through from Piper Cleary.
yeah, I mean, I'd love to bowl on this pitch. I do always like bowling on Hazelgrave, even though they're scoring, but
Really? Okay.
yeah, it just feels like it does a bit sometimes, and yeah.
Right. Okay. So it offers a bit for everyone, because I always think of Hazelgrave as a high-scoring ground.
Yeah, it's high scoring.
This
I think.
one is hit away. The shortness of the boundaries helps as well, because the rope's right out at the moment, and it's still fairly short, as we saw the fact there was only a single offer to the sweeper on the offside boundary, Emily Windsor, there on this 7-day loan. 179 for 6. So you heard that right. Emily Windsor playing for Lightning rather than Vipers, the 2-time champions. But you've got a 2-time champion in your side. That must help.
Yeah, I think she played the warm-up game the other day, and it just shows like her fielding, and she's coming for her batting as well, which is good to have.
Yeah. So she's got 2 4s on her back, and Bethan Ellis seemed to think she'd be batting for her as well. You're with Mike Perkins, Sophie Munro on the Lightning Cricket YouTube stream. Absolutely delighted to be able to broadcast for you here from Hazelgrave. First time we've been able to get both commentary and pictures all linked up, so delighted to have you. We're delighted to have more than 500 of you watching the stream at the moment, as this one is blocked by Nat Wraith, who's in watchful form. 6 wickets down then. You bat sort of around number 8, 9, don't you? You kind of come in that area of the innings as Wraith comes down the track, just stabs this one out. Good, another dot ball. Where would you be looking, if you had this many overs in hand, where would you sort of be looking to lead the charge from? Or would you be going right in this moment as Wraith seems to be charging down the track and hitting 4? What a great shot that is. Over the top, could have so easily been caught if the inside half of the bat had not gone where she wanted, but it took it away from the fielder. 183 for 6. I mean, the Wraith approach there seems to be just to keep going. Is that just the modern way now for a cricketer? You just go regardless of what the wicket column says.
I think for me, I would aim to take a bit of time to rebuild, play myself in, and
Gordon
then
bowling to Wraith, who chops into the offside. She's going to get 4 more. You're seeing the slickness of that outfield. It must be difficult as well for Gordon to grip the ball. Can't see too many towels out there at the moment either, which is probably making it more difficult. 187 for 6. Sorry, I'll let you continue the point.
yeah, I think I'd just take a little bit of time to rebuild, play myself in, and then would look to go. But obviously, if it's working for her, it's working for her. She seems to be continuing on.
I wondered the way they were put, because it almost seemed as if they were not even guarding the wickets column. As this one's hit away into the offside. It'll only be one on this occasion, though. Marie Kelly back on the fence, and good old slide earlier in the innings across the wet turf. On that occasion, is just able to pick it up fairly easily, 188 for 6. But I almost wondered if they were going hard because of the fact the weather was around, and if they lost overs, they wanted a high run rate. But I think it's just, I mean, it's certainly a noticeable change between the first edition of this competition and this edition of the competition. Is the ability to score at 1 a ball plus seems to be a lot higher, as this one is just flicked into the leg side and a single on offer taken by Parfitt, and Rafe comes to the striker's end. Is that a noticeable difference you've noticed as a bowler in the nets coming up against the likes of Bethan Ellis, Ella Claridge, the Bryce sisters, that they, with this professionalism, their ability to move it at 1 a ball and their range of shots is increasing? Because certainly watching it out there in the middle, that seems to be what's happened.
Yeah, definitely. I think last year we spoke about like 145, 150 being a winning, but this year it just seemed that that would be chased down quite easily in quite a few of the games.
As the gloves are adjusted, Catherine Bryce back into the attack here, and Lauren Parfitt at the crease with Nat Rafe. I panicked a bit there because we got a Lauren Filer as well. I was checking I hadn't got my Laurens confused, but we definitely haven't. It's definitely Lauren Parfitt at the crease. Lauren Filer still to come for the Western Storm. Hands on hips up here from Cleary, who's just looking on in front of us. Got Groves walking in at mid-on. We've got a mid-wicket and a cover too, as the fielders in front of square, as that was another good bit of keeping by Sarah Bryce, the Scotland wicket-keeper. Also got a backward point, and then the fielders outside of the ring, down at long leg, third, and cover on the offside as Bryce comes into bowl again. She'll be enjoying the slightly slipperiness of the wicket, and that one seemed to slip off the bat of the batter, and it's gone all the way for 4. Well, it looked an unremarkable shot, almost a sort of just dropping the bat on it in a defensive fashion from Parfitt, but it's brought 4 runs, 189 for 6.
Yeah, that one just seemed to race away to the boundary quite quickly. It is short, straight, so
as slippy as it might be off the wicket, it's certainly quick across the outfield, as we just hear a few more raindrops falling on the gazebo. Now, I look above us, and rather worryingly, there's a few holes in that gazebo. As Catherine Bryce bowled, Beth Harmer making the most of the slippy conditions by sliding across and making the stop. 193 for 6 it remains. Yeah, look, there's just a few little spots there rain can get through, but we've remained quite dry in here so far. I mean, you say you couldn't get under the brolly over there, but that's why you came on commentary, wasn't it? Because I'm essentially under a big brolly, as this one is driven into the offside. Now, it's falling harder now, this rain, and this is a bit worrying, because we've seen them go off at Sparks. I think they've come back on. No, they're still off there in Birmingham at the Edgbaston Foundation ground. No problems on the south coast by the looks of things. Southeast Stars, or in the capital, really, they are there. Check the exact venue. They're 194 for 6, the Stars. In fact, they've moved on to 209 for 7 now in the 41st over, as that's another dot ball here. And the rain gets heavier again. Defensive stroke from Parfitt. But yes, they're down there at Beckenham today, Southeast Stars. They don't seem to be having any problems there, but they're off at Central Sparks v Vipers with a score 103 for 3 in that game. It's falling very hard now. Now, is that caught? No, it seems to have dropped just short of Catherine Bryce on the return. Perhaps was even a bump ball. I think you got a better view of it than me there, Sophie Munro, as I was checking the scores. 193 for 6. The umpire's going to have a chat. The others ominously are being picked up. Do you think we're going off here?
Yeah, it looks like it's coming down pretty heavy, so surely they must be thinking about coming off.
Every time they have that chat,
It
seems to lighten ever so slightly, and they seem to give it another go. So they're going to try and stay out there and respect to these two umpires. We've mentioned they're a married couple. First time in English professional cricket that a married couple has officiated a game. So you're part of a moment of history watching on here. But, and certainly Lightning and Western Storm are. And I know, because I spoke to Jasmine Naeem during that rain delay at the Thunder game last year, she was telling me that her husband proposed to her at Old Trafford. So it was a big moment for her when she was to umpire there in in, I think it was the second edition of this competition. And in the Charlotte Edwards Cup as well, she's umpired there. So that's quite nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
You don't look too impressed. You look like
Sorry,
you're
I'm
not
just
caught
looking at
up in the romance of the umpires, but there we go. There we go. 193 for 6 is the score. Lucy Hyam's coming into the attack from the Athletic Stadium end as this one is dabbed down, and that is no run. I bet no one steps out of the warehouse. That's all I can say. They'll get given out. Anyway, that's my terrible umpire jokes done with for the day. It does continue to rain quite heavily, and this could be our last over before a rain interval. We will see. It's driven away into the offside. 2 runs on offer. Harmer just about keeps it inside the rope, and I say just about because 3 fielders converged on it and helped with the return. 195 for 6. Western Storm approaching the 200 mark. What's your feeling on a good score at the moment then, Sophie Munro?
Well, I think Lightning will be pretty happy at the score at the moment. We kind of had a chat before the game and saying like 300 is...
Here comes Hyam. We'll let you finish that in a moment. Wraith blocking into the onside. No run.
Yeah, 300 is a good score, but obviously with the rain around and stuff like that, probably just a little bit less. But I think Lightning will be pretty happy with what they've contained them to so far.
So you'd have chased one a ball on this, you reckon, and obviously you've won the toss and decided to opt for the chasing method, which I suppose gives you some control in the game as well, doesn't it, if we do lose overs. 1 run there taken to Emily Windsor on the leg side boundary, 196 for 6.
Yeah, I think we've chased quite a lot this season. Not always gone our way, but the conditions around, it seemed like the right option.
Perfectly timed chase at Grace Road, though, in the game you won in the Charlotte Edwards Cup against Thunder. It was the likes of Catherine Bryce and Bethan Ellis who saw you home in that one after Marie Kelly hit the first 2 balls for 4 in that game. So that's certainly how you've won a game this season. So I guess it makes sense to opt for it even in the 50-over contest. Now, no mistake here by Catherine Bryce up at mid-off. Takes the catch and another wicket falls, 196 for 7. Western Storm haven't quite brought up their 200 just yet, but they've lost another wicket. It was struck firmly into the offside, but it's caught easily at mid-off. And another batter is out, another batter departs. 196 for 7. It's Parfitt who has to walk off, caught by Catherine Bryce off the bowling of Lucy Hyam. And as I say, those wickets, they just keep tumbling.
They do. I think recently we've been struggling to get quite a few wickets, but today I think we've just shown that we can do it, and yeah, it seems to all be placed for us today.
And there
so
was
far.
You leaving Bethan Ellis on because she was taking all the wickets, but you've got 2 yourself already, so there you go. And that's not bad when you sort of just sat staying out the rain to pick up another 2 on commentary. So well done to Sophie Munro, Lightning player alongside myself, Mike Perkins. You're watching the Lightning Cricket YouTube stream. Delighted to be able to bring you commentary from Hazelgrave for the first time as the rain does fall, but the players, credit to them, are staying out there. Now this is number 16, Sophia Smale, who is walking to the wicket. Have you come up against Sophia Smale at all? She's quite a young one, isn't she, Sophia Smale? So I think only just breaking into the round. So
I feel like I must have.
Okay.
But can't say I remember too much.
So she clearly didn't get 100 against. we can rule that out. But yeah, I mean, she's sort of featured more and more for Western Storm. It's felt in certainly this edition of the edition, marking a guard, just tapping the bat once, skipping on the toes a couple of times, and now she's ready. Wide stance from Smale, and will prod down the onside of straight. No run on offer there. Hyam does the fielding off her own bowling. It's 196 for 7. We've had 37 overs of the innings so far. Would you say at this point, Sophie Munro, your team Lightning are on top?
I would say so, yeah. I think we'll be more than pleased with trying to chase down this score. Just under 200 at the moment, so yeah, I think we'll be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, we'll work the run rate out as well, because our scoreboard doesn't provide it for us here. So let's just see. 196 dividing. Everyone can tell I'm using the calculator again. 37. So 5.29 the run rate at the moment, but potentially they're not going to bat the overs here as the rain seems to increase in intensity as Catherine Bryce runs into bowl, and it's just pops up as the way it can off wet turf. And just that little bit was played well, though, defensively by Wraith, who was using her feet earlier. Does she choose this the point to rein herself in for a few overs and try and make sure that Storm use those overs? It's getting heavier once again. Confirmation of the wicket in the last over to bring you after this ball. That's nicely hit, up to mid-on. Good sliding stop by Josie Groves, who's picked up a wicket herself. They've been spread around the wickets. The latest one goes to Hyam, thanks to a catch from Catherine Bryce. It dismissed Parfitt for 9 of 13 balls with 2 fours. She was at the crease for 19 minutes. 19 quite rainy, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, it's definitely come down a lot heavier. I'm starting to get wet here, so...
Oh, are you?
Yeah,
okay.
starting to come in sideways.
Because I know I've rather cruelly positioned the players closer to the sort of the wind and the rain. So if you do need to sort of shuffle this way and I can move further that way, then do let me know, because I've noticed you've also are wearing shorts as well, so it's probably getting quite cold for you there. So if you do need me to budge over, just keep me out the way, basically.
Yeah, definitely a mistake wearing shorts today.
Well, I don't want to be one to say, but it's certainly not the weather for them. Let's put it that way. As back into the crease goes Wraith, who's seemed more watchful from the early part of this over. So this is probably the moment where she comes down the track and claps one over the sight screen. But she seems like she's just reining herself in. It's probably because Smale's facing. There we go. Smale with that open stance and prods down the onside of straight. 197 for 7 the score. As we are into the 38th over of the innings. Catherine Bryce from the ski lodge end of the ground, pacing in to bowl in that purple lightning strip, distinctive lightning strip, as that one's played down the onside of straight once again. 197 for 7 the score at the end of the over. So just the one single in that 38th over, which is a sign that Storm perhaps just reining themselves in and trying to just get to the back end of the innings before having another little dip at the...
Yeah, I guess it's just choosing between, are they going to play all 12 overs left, or are they going to have to try and push on a bit and know that the rain is coming?
For the moment, as the groundsman lift the sheets, but I think that was just to get rid of a few raindrops. It seems a bit brighter, doesn't it? And a bit lighter, and I can't see the rain falling anymore. It was falling quite noticeably at the start of the previous Catherine Bryce over. Hyam, fueled by a wicket. As we say, they'd spread around. 1 for Hyam, 1 for Groves, 1 for Graves, and 2 for Cleary so far, as well as the 1 for Gordon, have brought the 7 for Lightning so far. So they've rung the changes with the bowling. It's brought them wickets spread around as Hyam comes into bowler off spin, and this one's up in the air and over the top for a second. Marie Kelly thought she was in the game there. She got up on her tiptoes as if she was expecting a catch, but then had to turn and run and slide and stop the ball just before the rope. 2 taken, 3 taken in fact. Does that bring up the 200? As Smale will take her guard. I believe that takes us on to 200 for Lightning. It does indeed. The scoreboard just ticks over, and, well, the spectators don't give a ripple because I think the hands are thrust quite deeply in pockets of waterproof, as much as Sophie Monroe's are next to me.
Or holding onto umbrellas.
It's that sort of day, isn't it? We've got a very neat green hedgerow, though, at the far end, the Athletics Stadium end, with netting in front of it to stop the ball going over it, although Catherine Bryce, when she batted here last year, as another singles taken to take it to 201 for 7, seemed to be trying to clear that late on in her innings when she made that 162 here.
I also think Marie's cleared it in one of our
really?
In one of our 2020 warm-up games this year.
This one is dabbed into the onside. No run, no chance of clearing the netting with that stroke either. So Marie Kelly's gone over that net because it's pretty substantial. It's a long way. I'd say 25 foot, maybe 20 foot, something like that. It's at least, yeah, I don't know, as this one's hit down, if you go 6 foot a human, it's at least 3 people, isn't it? Probably more. So 4 people, I reckon. It's higher than that. It's maybe 50 foot. It's big anyway, is what we're saying. 202 for 7 as that one's hit down the ground for a single. It's a big net, and as I say, Catherine Bryce came close to clearing it here last year, and Usain Kelly has cleared it in a T20
Yeah, she
warm-up.
did, yeah.
So we could perhaps look forward to that in the second innings of this game. It's well worth staying with us. Glad to have 674 of you watching the first round of Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy fixtures here at Hazelgrave on the Lightning Cricket stream. No run on offer into the offside, and Smale is definitely just trying to make sure she bats for a team here and doesn't bring any batters out earlier than necessary. Thought there was a single on offer, but Hyam got a hand to the ball. Gordon, ever eager, picks up, likes to... I get the impression with the way she fields at mid-wicket there, she likes to almost set the tempo for your team, Kirsty Gordon. She's such a competitor, of course, but that's what it sort of feels like when you watch it. At the end of the over is 202 for 7. We've had 39 of them.
Yeah, she's definitely one of the louder voices in the team, and she just loves to create the energy, be the leader of creating that energy in the ring and on the field.
202 7, as we say. First time we've been able to bring you both pictures and commentary on the live stream here from Hazelgrave, so that's an absolute pleasure to be able to do that, and thank you for making sure that you have joined us here for this game in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. 50 overs aside, one big group. It's not the 2 little 4 groups that we have in the Charlotte Edmonds Cup with home and away. One big group. It's 4 points for a win and a bonus point on offer if you can chase your total or restrict your opponents to a difference of 1.25 in the run rates. As Grace Ballinger is back into the attack to bowl just her 4th over of the innings, which is a bit of a surprise from the opening bowler. She's somebody you'd perhaps expect to bowl more overs than that, but she's coming on at the back end. She's opened the bowling as well, so she's bowling the key overs in some ways, and this one is through and into the gloves of Sarah Bryce, who's stood up to... Ballinger's by no means a slouch, is she? In fact, she's, you know, I mean, you and her are probably similar sort of speeds, I would say. I don't know, is there a bit... Oh, you've pulled a face there as if there's a bit of a competition, or as if maybe I said something offensive. Who's quicker out of you and Grace?
Me.
You?
Yeah.
Considerably?
I'd say a bit.
Considerably. As Grace Ballinger comes in and bowls, this one's clapped down the offside, out towards sort of a wide mid-off position that Catherine Bryce comes round to cover, 203%. So you'd say you've got a few yards on Grace Ballinger, fair enough. I've given an awkward position there as well, my apologies for that. But as I say, she's no slouch though, so it's quite good keeping really from Sarah Bryce to be up to the sticks in these late stages, and it was a very neat take early on. Her glove work has been spot on. Of course, one of the cricketers who's been out to fair break Sarah Bryce moves across to cover the angle there of Ballinger trying to bowl wide of the crease. An attempt to hit that one away for runs, doesn't produce any on that occasion. Of course, you had the KSL experience. That's kind of where you've probably broken into sort of people's consciousness, if you like, back in those days. And of course, Lightning were a franchise in that as well, as this one is off the outside edge. It would have been a very easy catch for probably second slip, but there's nobody there at this stage in a one-day game, so a obliging single taken by Smale takes her on to 204 for 7. But you were mainly with the Diamonds in that competition, weren't you? And I've obviously have moved during this one, but has the experience led on nicely between those KSL days and what you're doing in this sort of this more professionalised era that we now have, as Ballinger bowls, and this one's clipped away into the leg side. One to Marie Kelly coming in off the leg side boundary, 205 for 7. Have you felt sort of a momentum that you've been able to take on?
Yeah, definitely. I was involved with quite a lot of the RDC stuff since I was probably about 14, and managed to break into the Kia Super League side with the Diamonds when I was 16. And then I went over to Australia after my A-levels, and I think that helped quite a lot.
Here's Ballinger bowling, and this one is off the outside edge again. Again, the slips would have been interesting in that one, but again, at this stage in a one-day game, it is a single instead, down to the fielder at third. 206 for 7. I'll allow you to continue, Sophie Munro, Lightning cricketer.
And then when I came back from Australia, I made the move to Lightning as I was coming to uni here. And I think since then it's definitely grown in professionalism, and I think you can see there's a big change in women's cricket.
But interestingly, in the first edition of the 100, you were down with London Spirit, of course, weren't you?
I
So that
was,
was a sort of
yes.
nice little summer outing down to the capital. But this year it's Trent Rockets. Am I
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So, and is the switch just been purely because you're in your regional cricket here? What was the reasoning behind it?
Not just that. I think I'll get a few more opportunities with Trent Rock, hopefully.
And I guess that's perhaps part of the reason Emily Wins has maybe appeared at Lightning, that she was a Trent Rocket last year, as in comes Gordon to bowl. Short of a length, there's bat involved there. Although the umpire had a long think about whether there was bat involved, but I certainly felt there was. And Smale remains on 3 not out, 206 for 7. So I guess that link-up that you get from the 100 is part of the reason Emily Wins has been brought in here. As Gordon twirls away once more down the leg side, got away with that one a bit. I couldn't clap for 4. It's a wide as punishment instead. 207 for 7. Because it must have been interesting as a cricketer who has one regional team playing in a different franchise. I know, obviously, as you say, you've sort of want more game time now, and that's why you're returning to Trent Rockets. No run there, 207.
Yeah, I think it's always good though sometimes to move away from the same staff and get a different perspective on things, which was nice when I was at London Spirit. But yeah, I am quite glad to be back. Well, to be with Trent Rockets this year.
Here's Gordon bowling. He's just dropped the towel on the floor as she came in. This one is a single taken, 208 for 7. It won't keep the towel very dry, that I wouldn't imagine. Maybe it isn't a towel. Maybe it's just something else that's fallen out there. She's picking it up again. So you felt you learned something down there. And I guess you can't not learn something, because you will have been bowling against the likes of Deandra Dotton and Heather Knight on a sort of day-in, day-out basis preparing for games.
Yeah, definitely. I also think that, again, change of perspective, like some things that...
Here's Gordon bowling. Down the wicket comes Wraith. Didn't get much of it, but some pads, I think, saved her from being stumped. 208 for 7 it remains.
Some things that you won't have even thought about can just be picked up and, slightly tweaked. But yeah, I definitely want to be involved with Trent Rockets.
Hit
hopefully.
Down the ground there by Wraith, and that's 4 runs. 212 for 7 the total moves on to. Nat Wraith slapping the ball back past the bowler Gordon. Very good shot indeed. And you're getting the insight here of Lightning player Sophie Munro on commentary at the moment, talking about her experiences in the 100 and her move back to the East Midlands franchise, the Trent Rockets, back to where she plays her regional cricket, because we're only going into the second edition of the 100. Single taken to end the over, 213 for 7. It was an on drive that brought that single, and a neatly played one too. Feelings, obviously, the Commonwealth Games this time sort of means you've got to wait a little bit longer, and it's going to be, the double headers aren't going to be from the very start as they were last year. I guess it was the only way to squeeze it into the calendar, though. What are the players' sort of feelings about that?
I think the double headers were good for women's cricket last year. I think it brought in crowds that we'd never really seen before, which was nice. And last year, even the men's team, a couple of them I spoke to, were like they would get the early bus down to the ground to actually come and watch us, which was nice to hear.
That's encouraging, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ballinger bowls, and this one is clipped away into the leg side, and this one is returned by Kirsty Gordon to Sarah Bryce just for the cost of a single. 214 for 7. Ballinger continuing from this ski lodge end of the ground. And that is encouraging. And we'll never know whether that would have happened with a sort of a county system, expanding that T20 county competition, which is going on at the moment, as Ballinger bowls. This one's short of a length, forced down the offside, picked up by Bryce, thrown at the stumps. There's a sliding effort to get in. Then there's a sliding effort from the keeper, Sarah Bryce, as well. And eventually it's backed up at long leg, which showed it was all going on there. A single, it will be recorded upstairs by the scorers, 215 for 7. But the fact it happened in the first edition of that competition, there was that sort of that integration between men's and women's team. So, it must just be a good feeling as perhaps a cricketer who maybe earlier in your career, as you say, before you sort of went out to Australia, that really wasn't there, was it? So it must be encouraging to have that interaction as another singles added with a clip into leg side, 216 for 7.
Yeah, I think it's definitely helped. I think, the first year of all of that, having the double headers will help put people that wouldn't even considered women's cricket to watch women's cricket.
Here's Ballinger bowling left arm over the wicket from the ski lodge end, cut into the onside, sliding this time Emily Windsor and returning the throw. Not particularly tidily, it has to be said, to Sarah Bryce, but there we go. 217 for 7. The score moves on to allow Lightning cricketers Sophie Monroe to continue.
Yeah, I think the double headers that we had last year might allow people that didn't even consider coming to watch women's cricket maybe will actually just come just to watch it, or if they're not double headers, might still come and watch, which is good.
Round the wicket this time comes Ballinger, bowling to the bat of Wraith, which was coming down in a fierce off-driving motion. Didn't produce a run, and it's definitely wet out there. You can see it with the players' hands after they've slid. They're sort of having to dry them on the trousers, and you can see the towel being tucked into the back of Catherine Bryce's trousers as well, just to try and keep that ball dry. Race Ballinger is approaching again from the ski lodge end. It's a slower ball, which is brave with a wet ball. It's been clipped into the leg side. It's been stopped well by Marie Kelly, but she's going to need Kirsty Gordon to go and gather it, because such was the speed at which it was skimming along the wet turf that there was the sliding stop actually took it away from Gordon in the end, who had to change direction. So that's why the 2 was on offer on that occasion. 219 for 7. I made that at the end of the 42nd over of the game. So 8 overs to go, just sort of consolidated a bit there. You said that would have been your approach going in, say, at number 8, 9, that kind of area. Would you be going here then, or do you still think it's a couple of overs early?
I'd definitely look to get going a little bit. Maybe not all out just yet, especially if the pitch doing a bit with it being slightly wet. Yeah.
How much do you feel it is doing, sort of looking on from this position? Because obviously I'm sort of yapping away, describing what's going on, but you've probably a more considered look at that. Do you feel it is doing much off the wet turf? Is it sort of skipping through, or just showing signs that it has been taking a bit of rain as this one is driven up to mid-off for no run?
I don't know, it's difficult to tell from the side, but I definitely think a few have definitely skipped through, so...
Certainly felt when Bryce and when Cleary were bowling from this end near to us as if it was doing a little bit, as this one's played into the leg side. So the rate's around about 5 and over at the moment. 5.2 it was at the beginning of this 43rd over. We've had 2 balls of it. They've been dot balls, which will have reduced that ever so slightly, as Gordon looking for a 3rd dot, doesn't find it. 220 for 7 the score moves on to, with that single, which was just clipped neatly into the leg side. It is a little bit chilly. I've done well. I've not got the raincoat on just yet. I see you've got the sort of the puffer raincoat on. So, and that's, as I say, I have been very cruel, and I might swap it round second half because I've sat the players in the wind. It was honestly so I could be close to behind the bowler's arm for describing it. It was not to put you in the wind. But that's how it's worked out. A dot ball there from Gordon, perhaps a fortuitous one because Wraith got to it on the full, but it was driven straight at Beth Harmer. She was looking to pierce that gap at extra cover between the mid-off and extra cover fielders, as this one is, again, just dragged back with the length by Gordon as she saw Wraith advancing, which is quite a skill when it's raining. It's starting to get a little bit heavier and coming in sideways once again. No real movement from the umpires yet, though. 221 for 7. We are approaching the end of the 43rd over of the Western Storm innings. We'll bring you some scores from elsewhere, as this one's thrown up, hit hard, down the ground, tumbling stop, and there is 1 run to the total, 222 for 7. So we mentioned those scores elsewhere. Are they still off at Central Sparks? We'll see in just a moment as the page refreshes. We might be going off here. The rain just... They've done well, the umpires here, haven't they, to keep them out there, I think.
They have. Every time they come together, it seems to be lightening up, just as is now, but it does look like it's the heaviest it's been so far today, so...
They're still stuck at the Edgbaston Foundation ground on 103 for 3, with 26 overs left of the Central Sparks innings against the Southern Vipers there. However, you imagine that will be reduced. It's strange though, literally just down the road, England are playing against India and a 20-for-1 in reply to 416 all out. So it's clearly not raining heavy enough for the test match to be called off at the moment. And if you are keeping an eye on the test match, maybe you've got the screen, you've got us on your second screen or your mobile or something and are listening in to see how the Lightning do. We will keep you updated on the test match as well, as another single was added to the total here at Hazelgrave. A fairly cool Hazelgrave, it has to be said. 223 for 7. This one's bowled to Wraith, who played away on the drive into the offside. Well, she's out. I said she has to be quick. I didn't even get has to be quick out before the ball hit the stump. A direct hit, great run out. And Nat Wraith, who's been sort of piecing this innings together, has done a really good job for a team, actually, with 35 down at number 7. But it's a second run out of the innings. 2 bonus wickets for Lightning there. One of Katie George, who was looking ominous, and then Nat Wraith, who was trying to see the team through.
I think that's a great throw from Harmer. I think we've had a lot of these chances today, but we've actually taken them.
2 direct hits. The one from the wicketkeeper, Bryce, the one from Harmer, as you rightly say there. They feel as if they're going to make a difference in this game. I mean, 223, it's already starting to get up to a total that'll be a fair few, but as we said, it's a high-scoring ground, this. And those 2 run-outs, I mean, they feel like they've taken, as I say, that sort of maybe 10 runs off the total, something like that, even 20.
Yeah, definitely. I think also Wraith being out there, she was the set batter. She could have gone on to take them to a few extra runs, so potentially saving even more than just a few runs.
Well, Beth Harmer with the work. Brilliant, and brilliant from having Sophie Munro, because I wasn't entirely sure there, so thank you very much. Beth Harmer with that direct hit. There were 2 fielders converging on it. It was Harmer who got there first, and it was a great throw. And as I say, I thought Wraith was going to get that. I just thought she was just going to get a bat down in time, but it just didn't seem, she clearly wasn't as close as it seemed from our view, just down here at long off, as Catherine Bryce whirls the arms. So perhaps we will see a bit more Catherine Bryce as this one is chopped away into the offside on the cut from Grace Ballinger. 223 for 8 then the score remains. That's where that wicket just fell. The other game going on, we've mentioned Central Sparks are off for rain at the moment, so we'll just bring you the other fixture as well, as in comes Grace Ballinger to bowl, short of a length, cut away, and again, superbly stopped by Lucy Hyman, who likes that area in at backward point and makes a good stop. So they are back on now, Central Sparks. 23 overs of the innings left, so they've lost just the 2. They're 25 overs in, 105 for 3, and South East Stars are 266 for 8, approaching the end of their innings. They're in the 49th over in that one. England have moved on to 23 for 1 in the Test match. Those are the main scores you need to know about, other than the one here, of course, at Hazelgrave, which remains at 223 for 8, as that's clipped into the leg side for no run. You're with Mike Perkins and Lightning cricketer Sophie Munro on the Lightning Cricket YouTube stream. So what have you made of the sort of the grounds you've been playing at this year? Obviously, you've played games here, but you've also been playing Grace Road, Trent Bridge, and go to the county ground in Derby in a few weeks' time. As in comes Ballinger, and there is an attempt at a stumping, and the umpire shakes the head as I... That is very poor broadcasting etiquette. I had my phone on pre-match to just try and make sure I didn't miss anything as we were trying to sort out various bits and bobs, and I forgot to turn it back to silent. But the stumping didn't happen. 223 for 8. We've had 44 overs. What have you made of those grounds you've been playing at this season? I mean, Trent Bridge, I know you played there in every edition of this competition, but that must be a real treat.
Yeah, I do really enjoy playing at Trent Bridge. Very, very wide square, so it does race along square, but I do enjoy playing there.
As a bowler, you quite like
Yeah.
bowling on very flat wickets.
I know. I don't know what it is,
concerning.
but I don't know. I just seem to get wickets at Trent Bridge. I don't really know why. Always seem on the high-scoring grounds. So
you like a challenge, it seems.
maybe
Sophie
that's
Munro.
it.
I think that's the way we'll put it. Of course, that was the Charlotte Edwards Cup that you played at Bridge earlier in the season. I'm sure there'll be many more opportunities to play there. Obviously, you'll be playing there in the 100 as well, as we've mentioned, as this one is played leg side. No run on offer. 2 wickets still required in this innings. And in comes Catherine Bryce, who we said had a few overs left and was whirling the arms around, and she has decided to bring herself on from the athletic stadium end of the ground. I like that, athletic stadium end. You don't often get an athletic stadium end. I suppose you'll be familiar enough with it, having played in the Yorkshire area, the football or rugby stand end, I mean, what you want to call it, although they've renamed that after an architect, which is a bit boring. 223 for 8 the score, but yeah, an athletic stadium end, I quite like that. It's the sort of thing you'd expect at Loughborough, really, wouldn't you? You say you were a student here then?
I am, yeah.
You still are? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's what you're studying then, as Bryce comes in and bowls, and this one is worked away into the leg side. There'll be a single on offer, 224 the answer. So what are you studying then, Sophie Minot?
I'm doing accounting and financial management. I'm actually only in my first year.
That sounds very serious.
Yeah, not what most people expect.
Well, I wouldn't say it's not what I expect, but it just sounds very... It sounds like there's lots of numbers. I suppose there is in cricket, isn't there, really? I don't get many of them right. Smales looking for 2 here. That's the important number. She actually has to ground the bat in time. Sarah Bryce takes the bail, but there was no appeal. She was home on that occasion, was Smale, and she will be relieved about that after the run-out of Nat Wraith by Beth Harmer, and also the run-out of Katie George by Sarah Bryce, the wicket-keeper. So, are you enjoying it, or is it very much a sort of vocational type degree that you're wanting to get through your years and get a nice job at the end of it to complement your cricket, as that one's played into the offside? 226 for 8. I'm sure it's more than just an obviously being involved with Lightning cricket as you are at the moment. But I mean, a lot of people do still study, do still have second jobs, despite the professionalisation that we have seen in recent years.
I think it's a bit of both. I think it's always good to, have a backup, especially with being sport. Like, it's such a risky sport, you could get injured at any point. So I think definitely to have a backup plan. Only in my first year, so not taking it too seriously, but...
Good, because I spoke to someone doing something similar, actually. They were doing accounting. Are you doing accounting and finance, did you say? Yeah, I think they were doing exactly that down in London. And they were talking about all their exams and stuff. And I was thinking, no, the trick to a degree is to take it easy in the first year, and you build up as you go through. If you go, it's like a long distance run. If you go off too hard, you can't sort of peak in your final year. Well done you for not taking it too seriously in the first year, as Piper Cleary comes in. Of course, that's not advice to anyone who's here on the open day enjoying things. That one's clipped away for 4. That's a lovely shot. A really, really lovely shot, in fact. 230 for 4. And that's been something noticeable about the Storm players. Every single batter who's come to the crease has known which end of it they're holding, and they've played some very, very fine shots indeed. It's Filer's turn to clip this one away for 4, and it's kept the run rate moving. There's 5 overs remaining. Cleary bowling. Yeah, as I say, there's an open day going on today. We were told to get here nice and early because there was an open day going on, and as I say, that's not advice for prospective students, but don't take your first year too seriously. Is the secret hush-hush thing. And it's certainly Sophie Monroe's advice. But, I'm very glad about. Hyam does the fielding at backward point. Filer remains at the striker's end, but scored 230 for 8. But good. So you're enjoying it?
I am, yeah.
And enjoying sort of student-athlete life and all that side of things.
Well, I was lucky enough to have my foundation year here too, so technically my second year, but still my first.
Right. So 2 first years. That's
Kind
a very good way to do it. As this one's driven into the onside, Kirsty Gordon doing the fielding, and 230 for 8. Although I suppose, I mean, as much as I'm joking there, I mean, you can't have a massive amount of fun as an athlete. As a professional cricketer, you have to remain fairly sort of strict these days with diets and exercise and all that sort of stuff. So it's not sort of the student life that everybody has in their first year, I imagine.
No, definitely not, but it's all about balance, I think.
Right.
You just got to find that balance, and kind of then you can have the best of both worlds. Obviously, being an athlete's kind of first, but you still got to enjoy yourself a little bit, otherwise you'll stop enjoying the other.
You'll be glad to. A little bit of sun's coming out because you're starting to look fairly chilly there. As it's hit high in the air off the bowling of Cleary. This could well be caught. Smale and Filer cross, but Filer is out and will have to walk from the pitch. And there is just 1 wicket left. 4 overs, well, just under 4 overs remaining in the innings. And Filer just felt she could clear the field there. Perhaps looking for one of those lovely shots she played on the leg side in the previous over. But instead is out for 5. I suppose on the one hand, I'm praising them for going hard at the ball and continuing to play strokes and continuing to look very good at the wicket. So it seems bad to then in the next breath criticise them for irresponsibility with shots. 1 wicket now, almost 4 overs to bat. Are they leaving too much for their number 11 there, or is that a deep amount for a number 11? You'd be expecting your number 11 now to see it through and add a few more to the total. Claire Nicholas going out.
Unsure, to be honest. It's 50-50 really, because there is still 5 overs, but as you say, there is only 1 wicket left.
So in this, particularly as a lower order player, in this modern era where there's such a demand on laying bat on ball and hitting boundaries and that kind of thing, do you often, I mean, it sounds like when you were answering that there, you felt a little bit in two minds. Do you constantly find yourself in two minds at the cricket, and is that at the crease, and is that part of the challenge of cricket these days to decide which of those minds you're going to be in for the crucial moments? So I'll let you answer that after the first ball that Nicholas is going to face. It could bring to an end the innings of Western Storm, but Nicholas plays inside the line and Bryce is there with the gloves, no run.
I guess so. Maybe on the side of the pitch, you kind of, do I do this, do I do that? But I think once you actually get to the crease, you kind of, right, I'm going with this option and I'm going to stick with this option. If it goes well, it goes well. If it doesn't, doesn't. Because I think if you're in two minds, then that's when it's even worse.
Well, that's sort of why I asked it. So you sort of almost find you get to the crease, you've got a clear head, and you know what you're going to do. As Nicholas knew what she was going to do there, she just blocked it into the onside, brings the over to an end, 230 for 9. You sort of almost, you don't have to make a conscious decision. You're just sort of that good as a cricketer that you go, right, okay, I know my game, I know what I'm going to do. If it's in my area, I'm going to hit it. If not, you're just confident enough to execute your shot.
Yeah, consciously, I think you get to the crease and you're like, right, this is best for me to do this. This is how I like to play. So, and you just got to stick with it, I think.
Right. This is better, isn't it? Look at this. We've got blue sky.
There still seems to be a little bit of rain, though, from my side.
And worryingly, it's coming from the over the top of, that's the indoor school, isn't it, away on the what'll be the leg side boundary for Smale. And it's coming from the over the top there, and the blue sky is actually away in the distance. Oh, Smale with that wide open stance to just get a bit stuck in the crease and couldn't fiddle a bat onto the ball there. 46 overs gone, 230 for 9. It'll be a chase. It's going to be a difficult chase, but it's a chase that the Lightning players we've had on so far in this commentary, Sophie Monroe and Bethan Ellis, feel as if they're confident their batters are going to make, as there's a dive away in the distance. Kelly, though, has to come in from the boundary and do the fielding because it was an unsuccessful dive there from Harmer, but she was very successful with the run out a few overs ago, and that felt a big moment in the game. Both the run outs have felt big moments in the game to me. Also the dismissals of Luff and Wilson, as this one is played into the offside by Nicholas, picks up her single out to Marie Kelly. 232 for 9. We start, I think, to hear it. Is that wind or rain on the top of our gazebo? I'm not quite sure. It doesn't feel like it's raining, but it seems almost like it's raining, which is a bit worrying. But the umpires have done a terrific job. They've kept us out there. A husband and wife umpiring partnership today, as this one's played down the onside of straight. No run on offer to Smale on that occasion. Tapping the bat is Sophia Smale. Here comes Catherine Bryce. Short of a length, tucked away, behind square on the leg side. Emily Windsor, Willie charges in on her week-long loan deal with Lightning, which will be a rolling loan deal, which I presume means you sort of, each week, you need to renew it, essentially, and whether she goes back to the Vipers. Another one to the total, 2-3-3 for 9. Is that your understanding, or as a player, have you not got involved in that at all? You've sort of put your hands up and said, "I'll leave that to the likes of the coaching team to sort out." No run to conclude the over. 2-3-3 for 9 after 47.
Yeah, I think it's well, kind of just left to them, to be honest. Don't really. I know it's a week-long contract, and I think
So I'm dying to find out
That's
how
what
it
it
came
is.
about. I'm doing my journalistic duty. I've asked you and I've asked Beth and Alice, and you've both played a very straight bat to my questions. Well done. You'll be praised by whoever does your media training for telling me absolutely nothing. But I'll find out at some point. Anyway, Piper Cleary. From the ski lodge end of the ground, there's brollies up on the far side, which indicates the sort of day we're having, but the umpires have done well. They've kept us out there. We're nice and sheltered under the gazebo, although I think I am less sheltered than Beth and Ellis and Sophie Moe have been. So at halfway, I'm going to do the honourable thing. It won't help you much because you're going to be back over in the deck chairs, unfortunately, but I am going to switch round and I'm going to take the brunt of the weather in the second half of this game, and it'll probably be blazing sunshine. But there we go. In comes Piper Cleary, bowling from the ski lodge end, right arm over, tucked away neatly by Smale, who is on to 14 with that shot. 234 for 9. There are 2 and a bit overs remaining in this innings. Do they have a little bit of a swear, or do they wait to the end of the Cleary over? Cleary, useful operator. She's already bowled 8 overs before this, 33 for 3, leading the bowling attack well. Short of a length, tucked away behind square on the offside. It was not a bad option, that, from Nicholas, because if it had gone just a tiny bit finer, I think it would have beaten the fielder Ballinger, who took a very good catch in that short third position earlier in the innings. That was a catch to dismiss Gibson for 16. All the wickets have felt crucial, actually. George definitely felt crucial. She was run out for 16 off just 10 balls with 2 fours and a 6. So to get run out in that position was perhaps a little bit of a cricketing crime, as this one does go fine to Ballinger. That's what Nicholas was looking for, and she's got 4 for it. 2-3-8. Very clever option, that.
Yeah, definitely. Third's not out, so it's 4 if it just goes straight past her. So yeah, there's no chance she can stop it. So
it was, we're going to give her the credit there.
Yeah.
I think it was face of the bat rather than an edge. But even if it had been an edge, it wouldn't have mattered. And those, I feel like that is the sort of boundary which is quite infuriating as a bowler. Am I right, Sophie Monroe?
definitely, I think it just is so annoying because there's not a lot you can do about it. You can bowl your best ball and they can dab it down for 4 past short third. So
Well, I think that was the feeling Cleary's got at the moment, as she's at the back of her run and she's on her way to bowl. She's had a good chat with Catherine Bryce, who knows all a thing or two about bowling as well. And that one, same sort of delivery. It was offering the opportunity. Third has gone back, though, now, Grace Ballinger. So it would have only been 1 there. And it was safely on that occasion into the gloves of Bryce. And are you now thinking, having executed your dot ball, well, why didn't that happen when they were up in the ring? Because I wouldn't have had to have sent them back. But such are the margins. Here comes Cleary again. Can she finish the innings off? Looking for a 4th wicket of it. Down the leg side, hits the pads, Smales through for the single. Sarah Bryce thought about having another shy at the stumps, as she did earlier in the innings, to dismiss George, but didn't on that occasion. Wraith was also dismissed, run out. We've had Wilson caught by Bryce off the bowling of Graves. Gibson, as we mentioned, caught by Ballinger of the bowling of Cleary. Sarah Bryce was caught Sophie Luff for 48, the top scorer of the innings so far. That was off the bowling of Josie Groves, who recovered very well from a over that had gone for 14, but she'd had Luff dropped in that over as well. So some brave bowling from the 17-year-old as that backward defensive brings the over to an end. The score is 239 for 9. We have had 48 overs of this Western Storm innings. Looks as if it's going to be around about 5s you're chasing here.
yeah, it looks like it. I think the girls will be pretty happy chasing 5s at this for this chase, especially with the short boundaries and the quick outfield at Hazelgrave, even though there has been a bit of rain.
And on that point from Josie Groves, leg spin bowling, always difficult in one-day cricket, but for a 17-year-old to get, well, we've been saying Sophie Luff, leading run scorer in the first 2 editions of this competition, and to have her dropped in the first over and then to manage to get her the over after, okay, it was, they call it a strangle, don't they, down the leg side, but I think that was a bit unfair on it. I mean, because she'd been clapped for 2 fours after the drop, and it did well, I felt, to to stay brave, and particularly at that age. First ball of this over was a dot fiddled away into the offside. Smale facing again, fiddles away to the side in front of square this time, and with the fielders on the back of the ring, there is a single to Harmer that brings Nicholas onto strike. Were you impressed by how the young teenager went about that? I suppose you've been in that position yourself, although a very different bowler, of course.
Yeah, definitely. She's very young, but she's definitely shown her way into the team. So
Here's Bryce bowling, and that's swept, which is an ambitious shot of a medium pacer, but it was executed well by Nicholas. And for a number 11, that was a very fine stroke. 242 for 9, the score.
and I think especially getting the in batter out as well. Sophie Luff, I think what was she on?
Sophie Luff was on 48 at the time, and she was on 40
Yeah.
when she was dropped. It was a catch I was sure Catherine Bryce was going to take. Must have just been a bit slippy. It was at that time of the innings, maybe she got the old bar of soap type ball that kept through there. 243 for 9, score moves on to with a little push into the offside. Yeah, I felt sure she was going to catch it because she'd already caught one of those in the game to get Fran Wilson out for 43. But those two out felt the crucial moment in this game where all of a sudden Western Storm were going to struggle to get up to 300, although I think they've got a bit closer than I maybe thought they would. 244 for 9. It's a formidable enough total. But, sorry, I've completely talked all over your point there. If you want to continue it after this this Catherine Bryce ball, as Smale bowls, it's clapped away into the leg side. 4 more to the total. Really nice shot from Sophia Smale. She decided that one was in her arc, and with an over and a ball to go, she hits it for 4. 248 for 9. We've had 49 overs. A thought from Sophie Monroe.
Yeah, I just think that being able to get the in batter out, Sophie Luff, was a great show from what Josie can do at such a young age already.
Yeah, I mean, is she a cricketer that, as I say, spinners generally sort of excite people? Is she a cricketer there's excitement about in the Lightning squad?
Definitely. I think when I faced her in the nets, like she's a really, really good bowler. Do struggle to face her. So, yeah, definitely exciting.
Here's Cleary, the back of her run. She's going to have the last over of the innings. She's been the pick bowlers so far, I think you've got to say, with 3 for 38 off her 9 overs, and she's going to complete her work here, bowling the tough overs as well at the end of the innings. Pacing in now. Ski lodge end of the ground, right arm over, played into the leg side, and through goes Nicholas, who was unhappy with that. Thought it was a perfectly acceptable shot to me, but there we go. Maybe she was trying to smash it over into the car park. I've parked very close to the fence at this end because I feel if it goes over the fence, it's also going to go over my car. That's my plan. So if they do smash it over there, I'm not too worried. But those are famous last words as he hits what I'm sure is probably not wood, but there we go. Seems a bit plasticky for wood. As in comes Cleary, hit down the onside. Another good block hole delivery. Two balls exactly where you want it. I mean, how do Lightning go practicing bowling this sort of over at the end? It looks as if Cleary almost does that thing where you have kind of the bar an inch from the ground and try and get the ball under it. Is that one of the coach's chosen methods here?
Yeah, I think we do a lot of practice on different plans, different stages of the game.
Here's Cleary trying to execute her plan, as she has done well in this over. It's a bit of a chase in the offside this time. Windsor is quickly round to do the fielding. 2 taken on that occasion. It also takes the score onto 252. So the Lightning 250 up in the over. Sorry, continue, Sophie Monroe. So you work on these plans you can execute.
Yeah, I've been working on Yorkers quite a bit and different variations that we can use at the death, trying to...
Cleary's stuck to the York. It's been working. That was more of a good length, which is risky at the death, they always say. The end of the innings is what they call the death if you're new to cricket. But the end of the innings, the death, they say never bowl length because somebody can always get their hands through it. Well, Cleary's played the double bluff there and got a dot ball.
Yeah, I think sometimes you can do that because sometimes they're expecting to go slow York at every single ball. So I think that was a good change-up from Cleary.
Particularly on a slippy wicket, I guess. She sort of almost seemed to slip that one past the outside edge of Nicholas's bat, who was looking to try and fiddle it down to third in the end, as she had done successfully in the previous over for a boundary, but there's a fielder back there now. Kirsty Gordon was quite brave there, I have to say, to stand in the way of that one because it was hit hard. 253 for 9. The score moves on to with a single. So, I believe this is the last ball of the innings. I could be wrong. It's not up on the board, but I think this is the final ball of the Western Storm innings. 253 for 9. So it's going to be a smidgen over 5, the asking rate. You're going to need a couple of overs of 6s if you're going at 5s just to get to the total. It's a scoop, and it's going to go away for 4, this, I think, unless the fielder can get round. The fielder can get round. So are they going to come back for 2? Well, you have to. It's the last ball of the innings, and you've got a wicket left, so you may as well use it. 2 taken. Looked as if that was all the way because it was connected well with by Smale, who will finish on 23. 255 for 9, the total then. So just above 5 and over. You've given a confident nod. It's chaseable, Sophie Monroe.
I think it is, especially on Hazelgrave. I think usually on other grounds, like you think 250 is par, and I think on Hazelgrave it is a bit higher. We were saying before this 280 minimum, I think. That was without rain, so I do think this is chaseable.
Well, those are the thoughts of Sophie Monroe. Thank you very much for joining us in the first half of this game. You're welcome back, of course, in the second half if you want. But I believe we've got Ella Claridge and Michaela Kirk as well. So do send them over for a chat during the interval as well if they want to come and say hello to me before saying hello to our listeners. Thank you for joining us. If you have been watching and listening to this commentary, we will bring you more in the second innings of this game. But the chase will be 256 for the Lightning to beat the Western Storm. I'll give you a quick review of the card. First to go was Hennessy with a score on 22. She was LBW off the bowling of Piper Cleary for 11. Alex Griffiths then went for 22, was bowled by Gordon. Lovely bit of bowling that with a bit of flight. Fran Wilson was the third to go. She added 67 with Sophie Luff, 143 was the score of the first ball of the 25th over when Wilson was out. Caught by Catherine Bryce for the bowling of Teresa Graves, 43. She batted for 37 balls, 4 fours and 2 sixes in a 42-minute innings. Luff then departed, caught down the leg side off Sarah Bryce, having been dropped by Catherine Bryce in the Pacific. Groves, though, getting her reward of the wicket. The 17-year-old dismissing Luff for 48 off 66 balls with 8 fours. Then we saw Katie George run out by Sarah Bryce. She'd made 16 off just 10 balls before that run out. So perhaps a costly moment for the Western Storm. That was also costly when Danny Gibson went also for 16. Caught by Ballinger in the short third position off the bowling of Piper Cleary. And then it was left up to the tail of the Western Storm innings to see them through. It was an able innings by Nat Wraith, the number 7, who made 35 before Wraith was out, though. Parfit departed for 9, caught by Catherine Bryce off the bowling of Lucy Hyam. And then it was Wraith's turn to leave the crease. She was also run out by a hit from Beth Harmer. Really good bit of fielding that. 35 from 36 balls Wraith made, really sort of rebuilt for Western Storm, and is a big part of why they got past the 250 mark. There was one more wicket which fell. That was Filer trying to go over the top towards the end. She was caught by Piper Cleary as the ball went very, very high in the air indeed. The last two, Smale and Nicholas, managed to see the innings through. 21 for Smale, not out, and Nicholas got 11 not out, hit 1 boundary. The bowling figures, the pick of them, Piper Cleary, 42 for 3 off 9, off her 10 overs. In fact, that hasn't quite updated. We'll just wait for that to tick over in the world of the internet. Grace Ballinger, 6 overs, 25 for none. Catherine Bryce, 10 overs, 41 for no wicket. Kirsty Gordon took the 1 wicket at the top there of Alex Griffiths, and she conceded 50 runs in her 10 overs, bowling a maiden as well. Lucy Hyam, 7 overs, 38 for 1. Teresa Graves, 23 for 1 from her 4 overs. And Josie Graves, just 3 overs, but 25 for 1. And it was a crucial wicket of Sophie Luff, the leading run scorer in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, who was the top scorer in this innings too for Western Storm with 48. Join us then for the chase. It will be 256 required for Lightning to beat Western Storm here at Hazelgrave. See you soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Hazelgrave Ground, Loughborough University, to be precise. We've got an open day going on, in fact, today, and we've got another Lightning cricketer alongside myself, Mike Perkins. We have Michaela Kirk. Thank you very much for joining us. We will get Michaela's thoughts in just a moment, but just to set the context of this game before this first ball from Danny Gibson. 255 was scored by Western Storm, with Sophie Lovetop scoring with 48. So that means it's a chase of 256. And I suppose the only place to start, Michaela, is do you think your Lightning colleagues are going to chase that?
Oh, definitely think so.
Of course you do.
Of course. I think our opening pair, if they can get off to a great start, we have.
Here's Gibson bowling, and this one's played into the offside. There is no run from the first delivery. It was just a sort of relative circumspect shot into the offside. I'll let you continue.
Sure.
Why you think your team are going to chase it down?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Saz and MK can get us off to a great start. Normally, last week they got us off to a superb start, so hopefully you can carry on with that. And I think if we have a very good power play, definitely in with a great chance of winning here.
So that was in the warm-up games. I presume that they got you off to a great
Yeah.
start the other week, because that one's left outside the off stump, and it's a wide ball, in fact. So the first run is an extra one without loss. Lightning move on to, and that means they require a further 255 for victory, 254 for the tie. Never rule it out, never rule it out. So Sarah Bryce facing up to this first over. The aforementioned Saz, I presume.
Yeah.
As in comes Danny Gibson to try and dismiss Sarah Bryce, who was in imperious form in the first edition of this competition. As that's another wide, 2 without loss. Really, really good stats from Sarah Bryce. 4 half-centuries and a century in the inaugural competition, becoming the second top run scorer with 395. So you'll be hoping she can rekindle that form.
Yeah, just needs a great start. Yeah, Saz has been excellent in the nets. Just unlucky sometimes going in through our other games, but definitely backing her, yeah.
Oh, and Danny Gibson's aborted a run this time after the 2 wide, so not having a particularly pleasant time. We have to say, because the wind was giving us a lot of grief in the first half of this game, so much so that it stopped us broadcasting for all. However, it has been solved, but it's died down now, so it's not like it's blowing across Danny Gibson and causing her problems in that sense, which can be annoying for bowlers. As I was about to say, Sarah Bryce, very strong square of the wicket. Well, she's just proved it there. Onto the back foot. Lovely shot. Cut shot, I think you'd say. It was sort of horizontal bat, but it was well in front of square. She was onto it early. 6 without loss, and Danny Gibson's torrid first over continues. The chase here is 256. That was a lovely shot.
It was a great shot from Saz. Like you said, favourite shots, I think.
Yeah.
Loves playing through the covers.
Well, I remember watching both the highlights and seeing her live in the first edition of that competition when she made those 4 half-centuries and a century. She's forward in orderly fashion, defending here, dot ball. A lot of the shots were square of the wicket, and actually it was very noticeable. I think the first time I saw her in the competition was the Thunder game at Egbert, where Thunder actually beat Lightning, and they really packed the offside to try and I think she still got 30 or 40 that day. As in comes Gibson and bowls, and this one is just played away with a little twiddle into the offside. Is there a run there? No, there isn't. The batters remain at their respective ends as they have been through the series. We get a nice wave of a new Lightning helmet from Emily Windsor, who walks past the commentary position. 6 without loss. You with Mike Perkins and Michaela Kirk on the Lightning cricket stream. Good acquisition, Emily Windsor. We were mentioning in the first half of this game, 48 not out in the final last year, which was it was a very good final, actually, wasn't it, to the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy last year. As this one's driven into the offside, it doesn't quite get through the ring. There's a hand from Parfit there, just palming that one away and preventing any more than a single, but Bryce gets to the non-strikers end, 7 without loss. Yeah. So you enjoyed that final then, by the sound of things, Michaela?
Yeah, it was a very good final. Unfortunately for Lightning, we didn't make it, but this year I think we have a great chance of getting back into that.
This is the 50-over competition, the Rachel Hale Flint
Flint
Trophy, and it's at Lord's this year. That's
Ooh,
exciting.
That's exciting. Very exciting.
And I guess you'll be hoping to be back into contention, because I was listening to the Women's Cricket Chat podcast that you did. You were excellent on it, but you've had quite a lengthy layoff with injuries. Gibson comes in and bowls to complete the over, and this one is returned to the wicketkeeper Wraith. There is no run on offer. We're underway. 7 without loss at the end of the first over. That compares to 4 without loss at the end of the first over at the Western Storm innings. So you're winning. You're ahead. Lightning are ahead on that count, at least, after 1 over. But It's been it. You were explaining there for people who haven't heard. It's quite a lengthy layoff,
Yeah,
wasn't it? That you've been having, and
been 8.5 months in
Mm.
doing rehab. Luckily, I tore my ACL and my meniscus in the 100 at
Yes.
Lord's, sort of all places. So yeah, it's been 8.5 months. Finally got out of rehab actually on Monday. Got the all clear to start playing and training full time now. So hopefully within the next month or so, I can be out on the field.
and such a shame because you'd been massively enjoying the 100 by the sound of
Yeah,
things
it
up
was-
to that point. You'd been having a really good time of it, and I suppose it's the reason you made the switch from South Africa to England.
Yeah, it
and-
was.
and to join Lightning.
Exactly. Yeah, I saw the opportunity and I thought, you know what, I might as well take it. Good opportunity to learn more about myself, more about my cricket, grow my cricket. Different country, different conditions. It's all about growing as a person, so took that opportunity.
Now, there's a long conversation going on here. It looks like it'd be Filer to open the bowling from the athletic stadium end. I like that. There's a football stand or a rugby stand end at Headingley, but an athletic stand end we like. In comes Filer then. To bowl. To Bryce, who's just driving this one down the onside of straight. And there is no run. And I suppose a big part of the good start she's been getting as well has been Marie Kelly, because
Yeah.
particularly in the T20, she was smashing it.
Yeah, she was smashing it. She can hit a long ball.
She was hitting it into the seats at Trent Bridge, which is the definition of smashing it, because it was, well, I mean, the boundary wasn't right back, but she was clearing it into the stands, Marie Kelly, and she likes to get going quickly these days, has made the switch from Sparks, a brave move in many respects. It's a really good cricketer article written by our colleague Hannah Thompson-Radford. A single there added to the total with that little squeeze behind square, and it brings Marie Kelly onto strike. Hope we haven't given her too much of a build-up there, touching the probably quite plasticky wood. Just in case. But yeah, Hannah Thompson-Radford, who was going to be with us today, but she's given birth to
Yeah,
Phoebe.
I see.
So hello to Phoebe, hello to Hannah. I'm sure they'll be tuned in listening, and I'm sure there's a future cricketer there,
Oh,
no doubt.
Definitely.
No doubt. So congratulations to Hannah, and it means that we're joined on the cricket stream by Michaela Kirk as this one goes down the leg side. Wide ball signalled, 9 without loss. And that's one area where, and I would check that number, but where I thought Lightning felt fairly disciplined in that first half of the game, the first innings of the game. Well, 12 wides, maybe be points for that.
Yeah,
but
a little bit.
it felt relatively disciplined. There certainly weren't this many in the first couple of overs as Western Storm have sent down. As in comes Filer again, and forward, orderly fashion from Kelly. Slightly more watchful than she had been in the T20s, where she probably would have tried to send that back over the bowler's head.
Most likely. Shame. No. MK's had a great season for the T20 and with the Charlotte Edwards Cup, and hopefully she continue her form in the Rato Hayo Flint, and I'm sure she will. Excellent batter.
Well, I've seen us play 2 magnificent innings when she was at Sparks. One was in the first edition of the competition. It was the second game actually ever played by Sparks, as this one is just glided away off the bat to get Kelly off the mark, get her underway. 10 without loss, the score moves to. Kelly has 1. And it was a really gutsy, gritty innings. It really reminded me of an innings Charlotte Edwards played in Australia. Of course, she wears 20, I think, because she's a big Lottie fan. I mean, it was really gutsy and determined. And then she made that incredible 100 after, ironically, funnily enough, the 100 competition when we went back into the 20 over stuff. Wide ball there, 11 without loss down the leg side from Filer. We went back into the 20 over competition, and she, I think in an interview afterwards, she described it as going into swear word mode, and we will leave it at that, shall we say. But she smashed everything, and completed a very big chase that day with time to spare, and made 100 in that game. One of only 200s, I think, in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. So Marie Kelly can certainly play, as that one is played ably enough by Bryce. Most discomfort she's looked in since being at the crease, but she played it well. And 11 without loss is the score. But, I mean, it must be great to sort of practice with and net with. I know, obviously, you're on your way back, but you're at that stage now, aren't you, with your injury, where you're starting to get back involved in practices?
Lightning's been absolutely great with me, being able to train with the team store.
Here's Parfit bowling to Bryce, who's cutting away on the offside. There will be 1 run. There was a little bit of excited my voice, as I thought that might evade the fielder at third, but it didn't. 12 without loss is the score after 2 overs of the chase with Mike Perkins and Michaela Kirk from Lightning Cricket. So you're saying they've been very good with you over the course of the injury?
I've been very grateful for them, actually. Still allowing me part of the squad, even though I can't do a lot. I was able to bat, so it was really nice to just have a net with them and everything. So the past 2 months has been really great, being able to field with them, being a part of, even being a little bit in the net with them. So it's been really great. Very excited just to have no more restrictions, which is nice.
I can imagine. So you're completely free of restrictions now.
Completely.
It's just your sort of
Getting
fitness
match
test
fit.
before. Yeah, it's match fitness now. I see.
match fitness now.
So you're sort of being kind of fitness tested before each game to see, whether you're at the standard to get through the 100 overs and all that kind of thing. Here comes Gibson, bowling their second over of the day, and this one is forced out into the offside front foot. Katie George with a throw back, a little bit untidy there by Western Storm. The backing up was good, and Gibson trudges back to her mark, just contemplating what to do. Well, that's good news then, isn't it? Because I know, as I say, a lot of people who are listening now will have heard the Women's Cricket Chat podcast. It is indeed too. We've got more than 500 people watching the stream at the moment. I'm sure some of them will have heard your story on that, as this one's played away off the front foot behind square on the offside. Looking for 2 is Sarah Bryce, and she gets 2. Takes her score on to 9. 14 without loss within the third over. And they will have heard just, I mean, it was a heart-wrenching thing, wasn't it? And everyone appreciate why it was a heart-wrenching thing. You were expecting to play at Lords the next day, and then all of a sudden you go down to practice and you try to walk it off, even though it was a ACL, was it? Yeah, as in comes Danny Gibson and bowls. This one's played into the offside. George is in to do the fielding from cover. 14 without loss it remains. I mean, that's bravery for a start, trying to walk off an ACL. I don't think many people are getting up from that, frankly.
It was, as soon as physio came on, she straightened my leg. I was like, okay, I'm fine. I got up. I was like, no, I got this. Walked nicely back to Bronte and Nat, and they were like, no, Cookie.
Gibson bowling to Bryce, who's again strong square of the wicket, this time on the front foot, got the boundary off the back foot in the previous over, couldn't find the gap here, dot ball.
Oh, they were just like, no, Cookie, I think you should just go have a sit. I should, just like we can get you back on. So I was like, okay. Had a little run off, put some ice on it, and then next day I went to do MRI and came back and they said, sorry, on your ACL and your meniscus.
Oh dear. As Gibson bowls, and this one is driven up to cover. George, who's been busy in this over, is there with the fielding again, another dot ball.
So, yeah.
Yeah, so that's Fran, the physio, who I think was working at Derby up until the start of the season. Yeah, so she was involved with the 100 with you folks. I mean, and I think she's seen a fair bit kind of working in the county championship and that kind of thing. So I think she was probably wise to tell you to have that sit down, and so it proved. Dustin comes in and bowls, and this one's played away into the offside. No run on offer, 14 without loss it remains. That's the end of the third over as well. So Lightning just ticking along. But I think everyone can identify with the sort of the heartbreak in that situation if you're like at the home of cricket.
Yeah.
I mean, somewhere you probably heard about growing up in South Africa. I don't know, was your home of cricket there? Was it somewhere like Joburg?
Or for me, it was in Pretoria Super Sport Park. Yeah. So.
But everyone's heard of Lords, and you're on the tip of playing. But I guess this season again, you're hoping to try and be involved in big venues, be it through the Rachel Hayer Flynn Trophy or be it through the 100. As in comes Parfit bowling. Kelly clips away into the leg side, slightly awkwardly, takes one, 15 without loss. And I guess if you can get back there, it's going to be an emotional moment potentially.
It would be. It's a bit of because of the extent of the ACL, you don't actually know when I'll be back. So the return of date is always changing at the moment.
Which must be frustrating. As Parfit comes in and bowls to Bryce. Behind on the offside. Now this really is a chase for Nicholas at third, and she makes it well on the slide. There's still a bit of slickness from the rain we had during the first innings of this game. 2 to the total for Bryce, 17 without loss.
Yeah, been a bit frustrating, being told different dates, but you know what, I just have to get through it because, like our physios, I said to me, it's more about the prolonging of my career than actually trying to rush me back and getting me playing. So you have to see it from that as well.
Parfit, and she's bowled Sarah Bryce, who's out. 11 The total, bowled by Parfit, who was struggling a little bit in the first over to get the radar right. We know that Bryce of the Sarah variety likes to go square of the wicket. Well, she had no room to do so there and couldn't get the bat down in a defensive motion. 17 for 1, the Lightning score. What do you make of that as a start, Michaela Kirk?
Obviously, we didn't want to lose a wicket within the power play, but, you know, we still have a lot of batsmen to come in. So just have to keep going, keep grinding.
Yeah, the batting's there, isn't it? But obviously, as you mentioned, Sarah Bryce has been getting you off to those good starts, and 17 for 1, perhaps. The way she played that cut stroke, you were thinking, it might be a few more than 17 for 1.
Yeah.
But the work's now on Catherine Bryce, and the last time she was here in a 50-over game, she made a magnificent 162. It took her to 353 runs last year's competition. The second top run scorer in it, behind Sophie Luff, who made 48 today and started her account for this year well. So a good batter to be coming in this situation.
Yes, KB has been good form as well, I guess. You know, last time she played here for the over competition, she did score a magnificent 160. I was lucky enough to be here to see that.
Were you here for that?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good, because that was not long after the injury
No,
as
it
well. So I
wasn't.
didn't know if you were still sort of lying in the hospital bed with your foot up in sort of the cartoon style at that stage. But
No, I was lucky enough to be here, so hopefully she can continue with her form from the last game.
it's a bit warmer that day, wasn't
No,
it?
it was.
Just
was.
a tiny bit warmer. As in comes Parfit trying to dismiss a second Bryce sister. That's kind of, feel a bit of a chore sometimes as a fielding side. You get rid of one Bryce and another walks out. But Catherine Bryce defending her first ball there. 17 for 1 it remains. So big things expected from Catherine Bryce then in this competition again. Made a 50 in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Helped see her team home really at Grace Road as well, even though Bethan Ellis was required in the partnership as well and sort of saw them over the line. Single to start Bryce's account there, squeeze behind square. Offside, 18 for 1 the total goes to. We're in the fourth over. A reminder, the target is 256. So that's another 238, and I like this scoreboard already because it's ticking that down and it's right there in front of me and I can see it, which is nice. As in comes Parfit to bowl to Kelly. Lets it go watchfully. Inside the off stump, there's applause up there from the mid-off fielder and from a few of the other Western Storm fielders in their very smart green strip. Both the carried over their strips, haven't they, from the, more or less anyway, from the KSL days. Lightning in the all-purple, of course, that's kind of the university colours, really, isn't it? All the teams, the netball team, the rugby team, the football team, all of them wear that kind of thing. And the Western Storm, they've stuck with their kit as well. Katie George, hands on hips with her back turned to us. She had a busy first over, but mainly courtesy of Sarah Bryce, so it'll be intriguing to see it's as busy in this over. Let's just update you on some scores elsewhere, because the Chasers are underway across the country in the Rachel Hare Flynn Trophy. The first round of fixtures today. Also got a test match going on at Edgbaston, but there's a rain delay there, and there's a rain delay in the Central Sparks game as a result. They only got back out for an over and 5 balls, which is a little bit disappointing by the looks of things, as Luff does the fielding on the offside. Sparks 110 for 4, but they've yet to complete their innings. They've got 16 overs of it left, and that will be reduced once again. Lightning here, 18 for 1. No run from the first ball, the over played into the leg side. South East Stars, 281 for 8, their score. Sunrisers are 53 for 1 in reply, as Lightning remain 18 for 1, as Catherine Bryce jabs down on the ball as the wind starts to bother the microphone slightly again, so I'll try and turn my back on it to minimise any disruption that's causing to your stream at home. But 53 for 1 in pursuit of 281 for 8. That's not a bad start from the Sunrisers, who have yet to get a win in this competition, so we'll be eager to change that as this one's played away into the offside. Good fielding there. Tumbling stop in the offside. Completed well, prevents a run. Very, very good bit of fielding indeed completed that on that offside by Sophia Smale, who batted well in the first innings, I thought, towards the end there. Difficult coming in down at number 9, but made 23 not out in the end, as this one is bowled short of a length, but on the front foot was Bryce, trying to get on top of the ball. Good positive intent, doesn't bring her a run. The one bowling figures we didn't have complete when we gave you them halfway were Piper Cleary's, which were of them really.
Yeah.
10 overs, 45 for 3. Was that the consensus amongst the Lightning team then? I know you've obviously been spectating really today, haven't you? But
Yeah.
but I think Piper Cleary really stood out. Got a 3 for in the Charlotte Edwards Cup as well, and she's got one today. As that one's cut over the top, 4 runs. Lovely stroke. There was an element of risk to it. There was a hand flung in the air, but it didn't produce the stop or catch. 22 for 1. Bryce hits that one very nicely, moves on to 5.
Yeah. I think Piper has bowled extremely well recently. She's been in great form, especially in the nets. Hate facing in the net sometimes. But she's been extremely well, I think. Yes.
I've put the coat back on, almost as if it's going to help shield the microphone. I'm not sure it is. This is caught behind square on the offside. We mentioned the last stroke was a risky one. Because of that fielder there, well, it has proved very, very risky indeed. Danny Gibson, it looks like, getting the pats on the back. We'll confirm that in just a moment. But 22 for 2, both the Bryce sisters out. On this occasion, it is Catherine Bryce. And she just went forward this time and chipped the ball in the same area of the pitch. And it was difficult in the previous over, or the previous ball even, to get a hand on it. It went for 4. This time it was a loopy, easy catch and well taken. So a little disappointment from the Scottish international making her way off the pitch, but Emily Windsor now makes her way out to the middle for her first innings in Lightning colours. And those purple Lightning colours. Of course, she was at Trent Rockets, wasn't she?
Yeah,
for
she was.
the for the 100, and at the same franchise as yourself. As the over is completed. 22 for 2 from 5 overs. Thoughts, Michaela Kirk?
Yeah, unfortunately, 2 quick wickets. We didn't want to lose 2 quick wickets in the power play. But, you know, like I said before, we still have a lot of batsmen to come in, and hopefully we can just continue, just build some momentum.
Perfect to Kelly, who knocks it down behind square on the offside to Hennessy, who is there with the fielding. And does that fielding ably on that occasion. So Kelly, a bit of responsibility now here. She can't kind of go at it in the way she has been in the T20s, although she's looked fairly responsible in the early stages, as that one is clipped away into the leg side. No
Some good
run on
fielding.
offer. Yeah, it was a good little stop there, wasn't it? Buffett, but no, it wasn't. It was Sophie Luff, the distinctive figure. Indeed, can't get those two confused. They're about a foot difference in height for a start. As settles again, waits, and it's slashed hard into the offside. Hennessy's across from Gully to help out with the fielding. It's Fran Wilson there, isn't it? Who was one of the stars of international cricket in the field and doesn't seem to have lost anything since their retirement. That was a very, very good bit of fielding and probably saved 4 runs.
Definitely. Good fielding.
Here comes Parfit bowling. Kelly, again in the direction of Wilson, who's across the ground this time to pick up just in front of square. And I mean, show she is there really. 2 very different bits of fielding, but both done ably well. One scuttling across the ground to pick up, the other one a really good stop to prevent 4. So arguably 5 runs she saved there. 2-5-6 is the chase for Lightning to beat Western Storm. They've lost 2 early wickets in blustery conditions here in Loughborough. An inside edge from Marie Kelly, who was trying to hit the ball through extra cover or wide mid-off. When they fade from one to the never quite sure, but that's where she was aiming, but the ball went on the leg side instead. 22 for 2. You said there was a little bit of a concern in that year. They just lost the early wickets.
Yeah, it's just obviously as a batting side chasing, you never want to lose 2 quick wickets. You know, the momentum, you just lose a bit of momentum.
Here's Parfitt, who bowled Sarah Bryce in the previous over with a very similar delivery to that, actually. But Kelly was forward, well forward, and blocking into the offside and was able to prevent the ball passing into her stumps there. For that, she will get the reward of another over at the crease. Yeah, it just always makes the scoreboard look bad, doesn't it, that it's got 2 wickets next to it. You know, if it was 22 for 0, you'd be like, absolutely fine. Even 22 for 1, you'd probably be absolutely fine. But the fact it's 2 down, if it went 3, then it would really be a bit of a, not a sickener, but you know you know what I'm getting at there.
Yeah.
Good to have plenty of people with us on the live stream. We will a wicket apiece so far for Parfitt and Gibson in this one. Around about 500 of you watching at the moment, and if you hit the little like button, that'll help even more of you come and join our little cricketing band for the day, as that one is a dot ball to start the over with. We have the differing approaches, I guess, to things at the crease. So we've got Windsor, a fairly diminutive figure, just come into this Lightning squad. She's on a 7-day rolling loan, which I presume means you decide at the end of each week whether you're going to renew it or not. As in comes Gibson and bowls, and Windsor just fiddling at that. And that was nearly her first innings in Lightning colours over, because she could have got a little touch through to the wicketkeeper. They brought the slip in for Windsor as well. And then you've got Kelly, who's quite a sort of all-imposing figure, really. She's one of those people that when you... She doesn't look tall from here, but when you go and stand next to her, you're like, you're really quite tall.
Yeah.
Here, you had that feeling too.
Yeah,
Okay,
well,
it's
I'm
not
fairly
just me.
short.
So am I. That's why I was worried it was just me. As this one's driven into the offside, and Katie George is there to make the stop at short extra cover. 22 for 2 it remains, as it was at the start of the over. Commission, actually, the catch was from Fran Wilson, so my apologies to Fran Wilson for not spotting her picking up that catch off the bowling of Danny Gibson. That dismissed Catherine Bryce for 5, and her sister Sarah Bryce was bowled for 11 by Lauren Filer. So a wicket apiece for the 2 Western Storm openers, and they're looking in fine form in this 50-over competition. Of course, they won the 20-over KSL on 2 occasions, as that one zipped past the stumps of Windsor, who's had a sort of life on the outside edge and maybe had one on the inside edge there. A bye given, 23 for 2, a grateful bye, because hard work out there at the moment.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, there are people who claim the white ball hasn't swung since 2004, but I actually think it does do a little bit, and certainly...
It does, especially in the beginning. And with the overcast conditions, it will do it, but a little bit more.
And a little bit of dampness on the track, which you don't always get. Sometimes when the shower comes down, the covers are on very quickly. This is aerial and out. Caught at cover by Sophia Smale off the bowling of Danny Gibson. And already, the Lightning innings, fortunately, is looking in tatters. Emily Windsor just asking for the drink to come on as she contemplates what to do. She's on 0. Marie Kelly's out for 2, caught by Sophia Smale off the bowling of Danny Gibson. It's been a very, very professional start from Western Storm, and it's been a little bit of an aerial start from Lightning. Is that the factor, really, that they've just not kept the ball on the deck in these, as we say, tricky conditions?
Yeah, I think we're just a bit too early on our shots a little bit. Like you said, the pitch is a little bit damp. There is rain. A little bit of rain going on at the moment, so I think we're just a bit too early on our shots. Hopefully Luce can come in and her and Emily can build a nice partnership, take us to a good total, keep going.
Yeah, that's what needs to sort of happen now from the certainly from the Lightning point of view. They need to rebuild here. So Lucy Hyam coming in. She was obviously fairly far down the list in the T20s, perhaps. I mean, she likes a sweep, doesn't she, Lucy?
Yeah, she loves a sweep.
Skip. I was hearing from her, because I said hello to Lucy at the start, and I'd been speaking at the test match to a friend of hers, Nikki Patel, who has known her since she was 13. And the thing she told me, which I didn't say to Lucy, was apparently she's scooped it into her head a few times over the years.
She has.
she's done once or twice, but I think we're probably not going to see a scoop for maybe 10 overs here, at least. For most people, I'd say 20 or 30 overs. But as I say, she likes to sweep, likes to scoop, and tried to fiddle that one away down leg side, but picked up a wide because she didn't make any connection. Bit of a freebie nicely, really, that ball from Danny Gibson first up. Trying to go straight, though, which is understandable, I suppose. 24 for 3, the score. Lightning just trying to make sure that they can find a way into this chase. 2.56 required, so it's around about 5. They won't want to get too far behind it. They're not really that far behind it, if we're honest. We've had 7 overs. They're 24 for 3. But it's the wickets column that's the concern at the moment for you, Michaela Kerr.
Yeah, just too many wickets. But like you say, dream start would be no wickets in the power play. But let's see what happens. You never know.
Now, I know Sophie Monroe was telling me she didn't get to see the Test match because she was sort of trying to get herself fit for this game, essentially, as I'm sure you were as well. But
yeah.
what did you make? I mean, as you have a foot in both camps, as somebody who is in cricket in England but was born in South Africa, certainly grew up in South Africa, didn't you? So,
yeah.
I'll ask you what you made of the Test match. After this ball from Lauren Filer, which we have to keep an eye on, after Emily Windsor, who's hit that away nicely. She's going to find the boundary, 4 runs. Really nice stroke to get off the mark. And as uncomfortable as she looked on naught when the ball passed both the outside and the inside edge, she looked very comfortable there, forcing it away with a little bit of a jump because she has to get on top of the ball as one of the shorter players in the team. Takes the score on to 28 for 3.
I thought the test was really great. I think hopefully going forward there will be more women's test. Thought South Africa, for the first time in 8 years, hasn't played a test. So I thought they were pretty much excited.
Marizanne Kapp, what an innings that was. As in comes Parfit to Windsor, who squeezes towards the leg but doesn't get a run.
Yeah, 150?
I was on the World Service that day, so our focus was it was the first time South Africa had played a test in 7 years, so our focus was totally on, particularly for our show that went out in Africa, was on South Africa playing that. And so for Marizanne Kapp to play the way she positioned of trouble, 45 for 4, I think it was, off the top of my head. I'd have to look that up to be perfectly certain, but I'm pretty sure that's right, as this one's bowled. Windsor squeezing into the offside. This time she won't get 4, but she will get 1, and she'll count that a very good over, I think. And she's given Hyam a few balls to add to it as well, so this will be the first one, really, where Lightning are threat get up to that 1-a-ball mark. 29 for 3. They need around about 5 and over in this chase. But to do that, having not played a test in such a long time, having not had a great time by her own admission in the first one, it was an incredible knock, that 150 from Marizanne Kapp, as Parfit bowls outside off stump, and Hyam watches it all the way through to the keeper's gloves. Well, I mean, what do you think that's meant to women's back in South Africa, seeing Marizanne Kapp come out and play like that in both innings, to be fair?
I think I have a few friends who also play cricket back in South Africa, and I think for them it's great to see that, future-wise.
Here's Parfit bowling to Hyam, who lifts up and leaves outside the off stump. Good to have around about 500 of you with us, with myself, Mike Perkins, and Michaela Kirk.
Yeah, the youngsters there, I think they were quite excited to see the test match. I saw on all their Instagram stories, very exciting. So hopefully going forward for them, that there will be more tests so that they can play. And,
No, I often miss these. That was a no ball, but I saw the swirly ice cream sign. And so this is a free hit. 30 without loss. The no ball adds 1 to the total. Parfit coming into bowl and minimise the damage. Hyam was heaving on the sort of slog sweep almost to the leg side. She wasn't quite down on one knee, but it was that sort of baseball shot that we see in the modern game, but it didn't bring a run. I heard Moeen Ali saying the other day that he once got run out of a free hit. I think he was the first person to be run out of free hits in the IPL or something like that. And the reason he said was he was like, well, it's a free hit, it can't be a dot ball. So he hit it and ran. As this one's bowled by Parfit, slightly outside half of the bat from Hyam, but doesn't bring a run to the ever-eager Fran Wilson, who already has a catch to her name. Fran Wilson taking the catch, which dismissed Catherine Bryce for 5 at that point. Sarah Bryce had been bowled for 11, and Marie Kelly was out cover off by Sophia Smale off the bowling of Danny Gibson. So we've had 8 overs. 30 for 3 is now the total. And it's that wickets column, isn't it? It's just it's sort of nagging at you, isn't it, really, as a Lightning cricketer?
It is. And also we don't know what the weather's going to do. The Douglas Lewis, obviously, with the wickets down,
Gibson bowls, short of a length, cut into the offside and returned to the keeper Wraith powerfully by Wilson in the backward point position. Katie George, who's been busy at cover, gets involved as the ball makes its way back round. 30 for 3. It remains. Do make sure you hit the like button as well if you're following along on the stream here on Lightning Cricket's YouTube channel. And do make sure you continue to join us for the remainder of the season. We've had some real good times watching Lightning Cricket this season. Despite the results not quite going away, there's been some real performances of note so far, and hopefully from their perspective the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy will be the one in which they are able to find a way to a Lord's final. How good would that be? 30 for 3 with that dot ball. An attempted cut missed as Higham and Windsor look to rebuild. Gibson comes into Windsor, who's struggled for game time at Vipers, so has come to the other region where she's has involvement through Trent Rockets in the 100. She's now in the Lightning purple with 44 on her back, but wanting to get a total up and beyond that here, but has to settle for another dot ball. Can't move the total just yet. 5 to a name from the previous set. Gibson bowls, driven, neatly enough. There's an attempt to run over the ball, but she was never going to get near it with Sophie Love, but enthusiastic and busy. Another dot ball though. Patience here from Windsor. She knows the situation. 48 not out in the final. That came at a strike rate of about one every other ball, but it was a vital, vital innings to take the Vipers to their second Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. They've also now won the Charlotte Edwards Cup. That one's driven into the offside. No run on offer. Again, 30 for 3 it remains. Are the Vipers the team to beat once again in this competition?
I think they have previous seasons. Obviously, had a very good run. So I'm hoping us as a Lightning squad can, dethrone them. I think for us.
Here's Gibson bowling to the aforementioned Windsor, who can't find another run. Dot ball to finish the over.
I think for us, every team that we're going to play is going to be one to beat. You can't just say, oh, it's because of the Vipers, we need to beat them. I think for us, it's just going to every game and playing the best cricket we can and hopefully being the best we can and beating everyone we play.
And I suppose it will almost play into the other team's hands that everyone, it's Central Sparks' turn today, isn't it? When they play the Vipers, that's kind of going to be, you don't want to use the cliche of it's going to be their final, but I'm halfway through it, so I may as well continue on with it. But you know what I mean? Everyone's going to go, right, we want to beat the Vipers.
Yeah.
We want to send a message to everyone else that we can beat the champions. Say it's Central Sparks who are trying at the moment. They're 122 for 4. In the 29th over innings, they have less than 8 overs now remaining because that's been rain affected as there's an attempt to twiddle one away by Higham, but she can't do so. So they're sort of, in some senses, they're not even at the halfway stage of that game, although obviously the Vipers' innings will be shortened. And I suppose that maybe a shortened game plays a little bit into the Sparks' hands as well to try that first win on the board. Here at Hazelgrave, it is Lightning who are batting 30 for 3 in pursuit of 256. And Sunrise 66 for 2 in pursuit of 282 to beat the South East Stars at Beckenham. Oh, lovely drive. And that's going to go away for 4. Neatly placed by Higham. Nice way to get off the mark, that, Michaela Kerr.
Straight back down the ground.
4 to the total, 34 for 3. As good as on drive as you'll see.
Yeah. Very good shot from Lucy there. Straight. That's when you always want to play straight as possible, so playing an on drive, you always feel good about that.
Many people say it's the best shot in the textbook, don't they? Is that for you?
Yeah, it is. I love a straight drive.
In comes Parfit. Short of a length this time, trying to tuck Higham up. I think Higham was a little bit disappointed. A tiny bit more width on that because I think she was expecting a shorter one there. And she was back in her crease but could only defend into the offside, which is probably all that's required at this point. We're in 10th over of the innings, 3 wickets down already. Rebuilding to do for Lightning then. They need to go again at the back end. And that's going to be the... we were talking about it in the first innings because of Storm were losing wickets. Well, when do you go hard? When do you hold back a bit? And Storm just kept going hard. Actually, to be fair to them, and it wasn't really until Wraith and Smale came together that they sort of consolidated a little bit, and then with the last wicket pair did well, Smale and Nicholas. I'll look at how many they added actually, because it's quite a crucial contribution as that one's tucked into the leg side. 35 for 3, the total 2. But here it's going to be keeping wickets in hand, I suppose, but not getting behind on the rate.
Yeah. I think just building partnership, these two just need to get us to a good partnership, just keep strike rotation going, and then keeping, like you say, the wickets in hand for the back end.
Bowled by Buffett, short of a length. Windsor likes it there, but can't find a way past Fran Wilson. Still one of the best fielders in the game. One of the best fielders you'll see anywhere in the world, I would venture. And she stops it there once again. 35 for 3. Already taken a catch as Wilson to dismiss Catherine Bryce. Sarah Bryce and Marie Kelly back sitting away to our left-hand side now in the players' tent. We're in the commentary gazebo as that one's chopped away airily but safely for the rain now feels. I can hear it on the top of the gazebo mentioning it. I'm quite glad it's above our heads at the moment. 36 for 3 at the end of the 10th over of the innings. There are a few holes in it, a little bit worrying. Look, just up there. But so far we've remained very dry, and I'm not, partly probably because of the long trousers rather than the shorts and the fact I've got the raincoat on now. I'm not feeling it quite as much as I think poor Sophie Rowe was. Bethan seemed all right, but I think she had longer trousers on. So, yeah, you look a bit cold, I must confess. You've gone for the shorts.
No,
Actually.
not-
why
not
are they
used to
doing
it.
like this to wear shorts? I mean, really. I know there's some ground staff out there, aren't there, who will wear shorts in the snow, which is just.
It's like John, our coach. Also,
Is he like that?
He's like that.
I mean, it borders on unnecessary, doesn't it? Let's be honest. As Katie George is coming on to bowl the 11th over, and it will be Emily Windsor to face. It's coming down quite hard now. These umpires, as we say, they're the first married couple to officiate a professional game in England. Jasmine Naeem and Naeem Ashraf. As in comes George to bowl. That's wayward. I don't know if that was a slippy ball or just some stiff arms, but the widest signal, 37 for 3. There was a wave. I don't think it was in my direction. Oh, it's over to the covers, but they thought the covers were over here. Well, we're definitely not doing the covers, even though we've got our rain jackets on. I can assure them of that. But I think it was just be ready, because they did very well to stay out and not lose any overs in the first innings of the game, but it did get quite hard at times. But it's as hard as it's been, I would say, this rain, as that's played away into the offside no run. Is that your view, Michaela Kirk?
Yeah, I think the rain is coming down a lot harder than the first innings. Still surprised that they're still out there. Coming from South Africa, if there was a slight bit of rain, would be off.
Do they do? I think my South African friend Dev says they do the little fires sometimes to get rid of the puddles on the outfield. As in comes George and bowls outside half of the bat down to third, but all along the floor, crucially, because that has cost things. Oh, and it's slipped away from the fielder, and Emily Windsor, she's an alert cricketer, and she's back for 2, 39 for 3, and she's looking to get some time at the crease, having not been able to force her way into the vibe. Was that a no ball? You said you saw the signal.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And there's the signal of the free hit to confirm it. So second free hit of the innings, second no ball of the innings. Bonuses that Lightning will be very glad to take. They're on to 40 for 4, as we'll just have a little look in of how many of you are watching the live stream. As George bowls short, that's quite well directed given the fact that it was a free hit. It was a bouncer that hit Windsor. I think she was annoyed though, because the length, it did slightly sit there for a moment, and I think it was almost like I should have been maybe anticipating a short on 8. It's not an option you often see a fast bowler go for off a free hit, because as soon as it with the stumps, it's an even more free hit, isn't it? Because you can swing your arms through it. But I think that's what Windsor was thinking. As in comes Katie George, bowls full of length, pushed into the offside. There's no run, and Windsor sends the partner back. Good to have 240 of you having hit that little thumbs up button. That helps people find the stream. Just like you, you're listening to Mike Perkins and Michaela Kirk, courtesy of Lightning Cricket's YouTube page. Make Make sure you subscribe as well. That'll tell you every time Lightning Cricket are playing, and hopefully later in the season you'll be able to see the likes of Beth and Ellis, Sophie Monroe, and Michaela Kirk, who you've been hearing from today as George Bowles played into the offside. Smales there returns neatly, and West and Storm just seem to have their zip, but they'll be hoping the storm and at very least the rain stays away here. They're on top. How many overs do we need to constitute a game here? We can't be far off it, I don't think.
I think it's 20.
It is 20, so
yeah.
we're halfway to that, and Storm will want to get to that mark, because they know the wickets will help them on the Duckworth-Lewis as well. Emily Windsor hurt herself there because she's inside edged it into a foot, and that really does hurt, particularly when you're a player of Emily Windsor's quality and you hit it quite hard. It's coming down even harder now. It's a bit disappointing because I was told that the worst of the weather was going to be between sort of 11 o'clock and 1. But this is the worst it's been.
Yeah.
And we are sheltering. Luckily, everything electrical is staying dry, which is always good. I might just cover this socket here, though, because that is getting a bit wet. As in comes George and Bowles. If we disappear off air all of a sudden, because I'm moving the things that are supplying power, but I think I need to because the covers are coming on. So let's put those away so I can block them with the rain jacket. Michaela Kirk, thank you very much. We'll hopefully have you back for a little bit, but it'll depend how many overs we get back on for. Oh, they're staying out. Now this is bordering on brave now, I would say. I mean, Storm will want to stay out. They're on top.
Yeah.
But
It's a surprise call.
you get to the point where it's getting really heavy, and
Oh, no.
it becomes sort of a safety thing, doesn't it? You've got to go here, surely.
Yeah, there we go. I think.
I always
Covers
think
on.
when you can see the rain falling,
Yeah.
that means it's time to go off. When it's sort of, you can't quite see it, it's
Yeah.
just sort of sprinkling. It's all right to play cricket, but you can see it quite noticeably here. So we're going to take some cover as well, I imagine. But 43 is the score. The target at the moment is 256 for victory, but I'm going to have to go and have a little chat with the umpires and make sure that we know what the equation is for the Duckworth-Lewis if that comes into play. I think we'll get around about half an hour's grace. I think I am correct. That is the ruling in this competition. Hopefully, myself, Matt Perkins, and Michaela Kirk will be back with you shortly. But it's been a delight to have you so far. Hopefully we get back out there. Hopefully we get a result to this game, because there has not been a no result in Rachel Hay-Flynn Trophy and Charlotte Edwards Cup cricket matches so far. So hopefully this is not the first. It looks as if they're struggling down the road in Birmingham. Maybe we're getting a bit of that at the moment. But the cover is on. If we come back, keep an eye on Lightning Cricket's Twitter page, because they will let you know that we are back on the live stream when they return to the field. So that is at Lightning Cricket for people to keep an eye on what the situation is here with the weather. But for now, we will say a goodbye. The score 40 for 3. Lightning racing 256 against the Western Storm for victory in the Rachel Hay-Flynn Trophy at Hazelgrave. Well, hello everybody. Welcome back. Glad to say welcome back. My name is Mike Perkins. I'm alongside Lightning cricketer Michaela Kirk here in the commentary gazebo, which has done us very well. It's kept us dry. A few more plastic bags out than there were before, just to keep all the electrics not sparking, I think is probably the way. Given any actual lightning around, we just want the Lightning players on the field. So, the equation is this. We've lost 4 overs. That means there are 35 remaining in the game. So we are going to have a 46 over game, and the target has been revised down slightly. The new target is 250. So Suns have gone off that target. Western Storm making 255. The new target is 250. So that's a reflection in some ways that they're a little behind the score they need to be at the end of this over of 88. 40 for 3 at the moment, the Lightning. So on Duckworth-Lewis method, at very least, well behind in this game, but that's probably on account of the wickets. And I suppose the plus in the Lightning side of things here, Michaela, is that, you're going to have a decent chunk of overs here to chase this, even though it's a bit annoying to lose 4 for only 6 runs.
Yeah, but like you say, our batting lineup is quite deep, so we still have a lot of big hitters to come in and hopefully take the run rate a bit higher for us. Because I think at the moment it's probably like 5 or 6 runs and over now, which is quite doable. So we just have to keep on going. These two just need to build us a good partnership, like I said, keep the momentum going for us.
And the advantage is, I suppose, that we were talking about when to go and how long you were going to have to keep those wickets in hand. As we're back into the time, just pushing away behind square on the offside. Nat Wilson is there. And there is no run from the first delivery back, so Hyam will just be trying to settle back into her work. It was a long enough break for a sort of to feel the need to settle back in, as that one sneaks through outside off stump from Smale as well. So 2 dot balls for Smale into the attack here as we come back, and this one is pushed away back down the pitch again. And once again there is no run on offer, so 40 for 3 the score remaining as it was at the break. 250 now, so another 210 for victory is the revised total as that one's pushed away. But the point I was sort of making before Smale started whirling through this over quicker than I could get it in was that we were talking about, are they going to have to judge when to go with the 3 wickets? You're holding on to them for less time now, so it allows Lightning to go a little bit earlier than they would have otherwise. Hyam picking up a single there, 41 for 3. It was a pull stroke that brought the single, and it still leaves Emily Windsor with a ball to try to add to the total. So that's the plus, isn't it? You're not trying to hold on to those wickets for those 7 wickets for a longer period of time.
I think also just being smart about it.
Here comes Smale to complete the over. Chopped nicely. Good saving stop by, you guessed it, Fran Wilson. Backward point.
Just being smart about our chaser. Obviously putting the bad balls away, get your boundary, play to your strengths, and obviously just keep the scoreboard ticking. And then as soon as you keep that scoreboard going, you would actually realise how much runs you're actually going at. So I think we mustn't panic, to be honest. I think, especially when it comes into Duckworth-Lewis, some teams panic a bit, and thinking they have to, run rate must be 8 and you have to go big.
So kind of they panic. By that you mean in trying to keep up with the Duckworth-Lewis then?
Basically. So I think if they just play to the strengths, we'll get quite comfortably, hopefully. Like you said, spinners on, Luce loves to sweep and, play to your strengths, and you'll see runs just come naturally and easily.
Well, spinners on, but Katie George, who we know has excelled in an England shirt before now, is going to bowl a little bit of quick stuff from the ski lodge end of the Hazelgrave ground. Takes a couple of just heel-to-toe walking paces in before coming in on a run and bowling. Left arm over the wicket. Cut down nicely to third. Quick bowler, Katie George. Probably not as quick as she was before the injury, but I think I saw her bowl up at Derby in a one-day international where she certainly looked very sharp. But the run seems a bit more economical these days, but still very quick arm action, very sort of powerful body action that gets that ball from one end to the other nice and quickly. 41 for 3, the score, as George will try and prove that now with another left arm over the wicket delivery, driven nicely up towards Hennessy, who holds the ball in a threatening fashion but doesn't let it go. Do you always notice that then when the fielder holds it in a threatening action? Sort of.
I do have a bit of a laugh at them. I think it's just funny sometimes, just trying to have a...
In comes Katie George, and she's going to pace in heel to toe once more and throws that one down. It came back actually dangerously towards the toes of Wynn's. Oh, there's an overthrow, and that was all a little untidy. And we saw Emily Windsor earlier in the innings alert before the rain delay to an overthrow, and she was alert again there. So 42 for 3. Michaela Kirk, Lightning cricketer, with us on the Lightning Cricket stream at the moment. And like you were saying there, I think it feels there's no need to keep up with that Duckworth Lewis rate as George comes in and bowls, other than the fact that it's an indicator. As that cut is missed, it goes through another dot ball. It's been a good start from Storm after the resumption, who were in control before it, because of the fact it doesn't feel now. It feels like that rain shower, that was it. It's come down, it's bucketed it down, and it's moved through. And it looks a lot brighter, well, where we're playing, first and foremost, but also away to our left-hand side, where the weather's been coming from. So I would be confident we get the 46 overs of this game in now. So we will only lose 4. Wide ball, 44 for 3. So how difficult will it be for these? I mean, batting's your thing, essentially. How difficult will it be for these to restart here?
I think it might be a bit of a struggle in the first 2 or 3 overs, but, you get in there, you grind it out a bit.
In comes Katie George once more to let this ball go, and it's pulled away into the leg side. There will be 1 run on offer, taken gratefully, 45 for 3.
Like I was saying, just get in. I think the longer you bat, especially as a batsman, the longer you bat, the easier it gets. It's always that old cliche. So I think these two, if they can just stay in there, I think it will get easier for them because they put in the grind in the beginning. So just
So will they still... I'll ask you after this ball, and it could well be the last one that Windsor faces, but it's not. She dabs it away into the... Well, down into the pitch, really, and away into the offside. There is a dot ball, 45 for 3, then the score. So will they still feel in when they go back out there, or will they have the pace of the pitch? Will they because I think anyone who's played cricket knows that difference between feeling in and not feeling in. With that rain delay, will they still feel in the way they were perhaps just starting to get in when the rain did come down?
I think, it just differs from person. I think they might just take a few overs just to get in, because obviously it did rain and the pitch was open, so just to get reused to the pitch again.
Here's Smale, and Hyam drives, and the ever-eager Sophie Luff just runs over the ball. She was never going to pick that up, I don't think. But likes a run around, maybe just trying to get loose after the rain delay. As that's a nice sweep. We talked about the Hyam sweep. We've just seen it. It's going to bring 4 runs right down to her teammates away to our left-hand side. 4 more to the total, 49 for 3, and all of a sudden starting to look a little bit better. So in a kind of, in an ideal world, you're going to want them to get the 205 that remain to the total of 250. But are we looking for these two to get up to 100 as this one's driven down the onside of straight for no run?
I think these two can carry us through easily to 150. It gets the batsman coming in.
As Hyam sweeps, this time it's a little bit more off the top edge, but she's controlled it behind square. She knows that's where the gap is, provided she clears Nicholas at 45. And round comes Filer, who opened the bowling, I should say. I think I might have given Filer's wicket to Parfitt. Apologies for that. It brings up the 50, that sweep from Lucy Hyam. 51 for 3, as this one is fiddling into the leg side. Luff with the throw. Hyam with the scampering. Takes her to the non-striker's end. Single to the score. 52 for 3. So, yeah, apologies. Got my Parfitts and my Filers mixed up if you were with us before the rain delay. But it was definitely Filer who opened the bowling, as this one's clipped away by Emily Windsor. It's going to be 4. It's going to be 2 boundaries in the over. Very welcome from the Lightning perspective. And all of a sudden, the board just looking a little bit more healthy. But 56 for 3. Now the score remained that the total has come down to 250. So a shorter chase, and it will have to be completed in 46 overs now because we've lost 4 overs from the game. But is that sort of then the score these two would have in mind, sort of, for, you know, almost their first target kind of on that mountain towards the total would be, can we get this to 100 for 3 and see how long we've got left?
I think so. I think these two are probably going, you know, we need to build a good partnership and for the incoming batsman to come in and just play freely, because obviously you don't want to come in and have this bit of pressure on you. You want to come play your shots and everything. So these two just build or just have little milestones, you know, take our partnership to 100, check it, and just keep building from there.
Here's George, just approached as if she was going to bowl, but it's gone back to the end of her run and will turn once again. There's some sawdust out there in a little sort of pyramid, just in case that's needed towards the back of George's run. Windsor, I felt, got a bit, in fact it's Hyam who got a bit squared up there, but played it well nonetheless. Score doesn't move though. Hyam just settling here. Bat goes from right hand to left. She was pleased with her on drive when she came off, wasn't she, Michaela?
She was.
She pointed that one out to you to make sure we'd mentioned it. As down the leg side goes George, who's just struggling with the line at the moment. 57 for 3 the total moves on to with the extra, and that's an area for me where I feel Storm have been a little indisciplined. They have had the worst of the conditions in the sense of the slippier ball, I suppose, but you wouldn't really expect to see that many wides as we have done in these early stages. That's nicely defended. Forward goes Hyam. Doesn't bring a run there. 57 for 3. It's a nice scoreboard over there. Clock in the middle. We've got the Duckworth-Lewis score for the end of the over, which will be 94. But as you say, they're probably not paying too much attention to that, given they're rebuilding with 3 wickets down. Another 193 required. It's a black scoreboard with orange digital figures on it, as this one's clipped away behind square on the leg side. That's going to be 4. And it's well placed, and the boundary's starting to flow a little bit now. 61 for 3. What does that do to your feeling at the crease as a batter?
Good confidence.
Yeah.
Probably Lucy's just thinking, you know what, good over so far. You know, 5 or 6 runs from it. We can just keep going like this. I think when you hit a boundary, it just brings a lot of confidence in, saying, oh, just getting in there, you know.
Yeah, so we kept the best part of those 500 people who were watching the Lightning cricket stream before the weather delay, and they mostly seem to be back, and there's going to be another boundary here, I think. The chase is on towards the rope, and it's hauled in just inside. Some good work from, you guessed it, Fran Wilson, quick across the ground, as well as lightning fast in the ring at backward point, and she managed to keep the scoring down there, so the board continues to whir on and tick on. 63 for 3, the total as we approach the end of the 14th over of this game. Reminder, 46 overs to chase 250 runs is now the equation. Oh dear, Lucy Hyam's run herself out, has she? The bail is dislodged, but Hyam is so quick. Even in the wet conditions, she managed to turn back and dive for a crease. The throw wasn't the best to Wraith, but it wasn't bad. She took it one-handed, tried to knock the bail off, knocked the single bail off, but it wasn't in time. I thought Hyam was gone for all the world there. What's your view, Michaela Kirk?
Yeah, I did see. She said hello to Emily on the other side and went back.
Yeah, she did rather. And Emily Windsor had barely moved from the position she's in at the moment with the hand on the hip and the bat in the crease. To be quite honest, she certainly didn't think there was a single there. 63 for 3, the score remains after all that toing and froing. And Katie George will bowl. Short of a length, pulled away, but there is a fielder out there. So it won't be 4. Yes, it will, because the fielder has not kept their eye on that. That was pretty careless, if we're honest. And it's the second boundary of the over. So 2 overs in a row where we've seen multiple boundaries, where we've seen 2 boundaries, as Michaela Kirk tells you there. It takes the score on to 67 for 3. And frankly, we were discussing it there, and I think those nearly 500 people who've tuned back in to watch after the rain delay have heard in your voice just that noise you said when I said, what difference does that make when those boundaries start flowing, that it clearly does just bring a relief at the crease for a batter.
It does, especially if you're hitting it out the middle. It's a bit frustrating when you hit out the middle and you're hitting the fielders. You wish you were hitting the gaps.
In comes Smale to continue her work with the ball. Left arm around the wicket from the Athletic Stadium end. Backshot small. Windsor waits. Windsor watches. Windsor cuts. And this one is away for 4 runs. And Windsor is very good at finding gaps like that when she has to. 71 for 3.
So like saying, the boundary just brings a bit of confidence to you as a batsman. Because even though you do face good balls and, always when you face a good ball, you're not getting the single that you want. But bringing those boundaries gives you the confidence to free up a bit as well. And it just takes a bit of pressure off you, especially now scoreboard and chasing, a bit of scoreboard pressure.
So is it almost a case of you just sort of feel like, right, I can do this now?
Yeah,
I know
almost.
The boundaries are going to cut. Sort of that bit of my innings, that's going to happen. I just have to look after the rest. I have to stay out here. I just have to make sure I score enough 1s, 2s and 3s from here.
Especially in the beginning.
Here's Emily Windsor, who's now got a fielder in at short third, so she won't be able to use that route to the boundary. I'd say, the best route here is now? What would you be going looking at the field as Smale comes in?
Obviously,
once more. Windsor cuts, and she's found a route to the boundary through the infield, just behind square on the offside, 75 for 3. I'll be honest, that wasn't one I was thinking of, but
No.
she's got another 4 for it, and the boundaries are flowing now.
Yeah, I think there's a big gap between, on the legs. There's no 45 in.
Yeah.
So if you want to manipulate the field a bit, you have that option. But
I was thinking they've almost moved their 45 round to short third, so that all certainly seems on, although Smale will obviously not be bowling balls to make that easy. But
yeah, but it's like you said, Emily just found the gap on the offside, but they have put out a cover sweeper, so you can get your singles there.
Windsor threatened to move across the crease there to look to open up the legs, but the ball wasn't there to do it, so she drove it as fiercely as she could, but for no run up to mid-off. 75 for 3 then, the score at the end of the 16th over of the innings. And they're sort of narrowing that gap to that DL score all of a sudden. As you say, as much as you're not worrying about it, it's nice to see it narrowing, I suppose, from the Lightning perspective.
And I think they will keep it in mind, obviously, because it is always there, especially with the cloud building and everything. But they're probably just saying to each other, just keep going. The boundaries are coming. The singles will come. Just keep ticking that scoreboard over.
So Nicholas coming into the attack here. Yeah, I had to have a glance over my shoulders to see whether the clouds were building. They're getting a little greyer, aren't they? I see what you mean.
A little bit.
Certainly, because you're turning to face me, you're noticing them build up behind me, whereas I'm still sort of in blocking the weather mode here, sort of with my back turned to where the clouds are coming from. As Nicholas bowls short, I don't know if there was a little touch on that, whether there is or not. It looks as if it's going to head towards the boundary. Oh, that's just kept it in? Or no? Well, looking at the curse to those greying clouds, the suggestion would be that that wasn't kept within. And Lauren Filer, who bowled a couple of overs at the top of the innings, was unable to cut it off, and the score moves on to 79 for 3 with that boundary down the leg side. I don't think it was signalled wide, was it?
No.
I missed our umpire, but I don't think it was.
No, it wasn't. Bit of glove or bit of
Yeah,
back there
it just felt a touch, but a faint touch, and almost as if it wasn't going to take it for 4, but it ultimately did. And Emily Windsor is on to 21. We'll watch from the non-strikers as this one is played by Lucy Hyam, who is now on to 30 with that single and with her favoured sweep shot. It's almost given her the licence to play it a bit more. I know the slow bowlers have come on, which helps as well, but there's a bit more licence to play that stroke. Windsor on 21 back onto strike then. She'll just continue to bat it. Well, she just seems to play the old cliche, every ball as it comes, blocking
Yeah.
that one on that occasion for a dot ball, 80 for 3, it remains. But she just doesn't seem hurried, does Emily Windsor. Although, interestingly, when I was hearing the conversations, I think I heard Tash Norris interviewed. Again, I think it might have been Women's Cricket Chats. This one was forced back down the pitch. It's where I get all my best little tidbits from. I think they had Tara Norris on about going and playing for the USA and all that kind of stuff. And as Nicholas comes in once more to bowl too, Windsor, it's cracked on the off drive again. Again, there's a curse to those greying skies from Emily Windsor as she fails to score off the final ball of the over. But she was actually saying in that final it was Emily Windsor getting a bit twitchy and wanting to go a bit early, and Tara Norris was almost having to hold her back and say, no, it's fine, and when we need to go, I'll go, type of thing. And I suppose you need that in a partnership, don't
Yeah,
you?
you do.
And you always find that sort of one is holding the other back, and sometimes you go out thinking, right, I'm probably not going to be the one holding the person back, and then you find yourself doing it,
yeah.
as I think Tara Norris did there.
I think it just always depends on who you bat with. Like, one thing I love batting with different people. Everyone has different strengths, so you might have
see.
someone who, like Lou's very good against spin, and you have someone else who might not be good at spin, and you just get the person whose strength is spin to get on strike, and you just go like that. So that's how you just get to know each other a bit better. Like Emily and Lucia. Lucia's on strike and against the spinner again.
Here comes Snail, diverted into the leg side. No run on offer. It was off the front foot from Hyam, but unable to get through. So do you think Emily Windsor here has maybe gone, okay, Lucy Hyam likes a sweep, likes the slow bowlers. Let's see her face as many as she can as she sweeps this one behind square, and it's going to be a chase round. It's a really good stop.
fielding.
A really, really good stop.
Good running.
Because that looked as if it was going to go for 4 runs, but as Michaela Kirk called it as well, good running. They got through for 3, 83 for 3, so good cricket all round. Filer with the outstretched hand, stopping the boundary, but the batter's still able to get through for 3 runs. Emily Windsor on strike now against the spin then. What will her ploy be? She pulls into the leg side, not particularly powerfully. I think the ground she might have been pushing for 2 there, but because it's big enough.
Yeah, it is.
Square. Let's
The
be
square
honest.
is
But
quite
there just aren't a
decent.
lot of views on offer. 84 for 3. It's Hyam on strike again. She cuts this time. Fran Wilson, ever busy fielder at backward point. Not quite her cleanest fielding, but it was still quick and agile and returning to the keeper, Wraith. Next ball is bowled short, and that's a little dangerous to somebody who likes a sweep. And Hyam perhaps felt she could have put her hands through that one a bit more, but she's happy to retreat to the non-striker's end. 85-3. The total ticking up, 15 away now from that 100 mark that we sort of had noted down as the first milestone here. Good defensive out into the offside. Had to really get down to that one, did Emily Windsor. Played it well. 85 for 3 then.
Oh, like you were saying, with Em's probably thought, you know what, Lucy loves a spin, loves a sweep. Let me get her on strike, get her boundary options, and go from there. Just strike rotation. And like we've seen, the previous over probably went for 5 or 6 runs, which is what we need at the moment. Get that platform going in for the next batsman coming in, which we still have Terry Piper to come in and who can hit a long ball. And just get a good solid foundation for them to come in and do that.
Interestingly, at this stage, Western Storm were behind. They were 77 for 2. But of course, we've lost 4 overs from this game. Now, big appeal, really big appeal from Western Storm, trying to put pressure on the umpire, it felt. Nicholas's hands have gone to her head. She was convinced. She was almost running down the pitch, celebrating there. Everybody went up for that. And some of them, certainly Cover, I'm not sure, had a particularly good angle on that one, but they were convinced. But umpire Jasmine Naeem, less so. Nicholas throws up the ball. It's defended. Leg side by Lucy Hyam. 85 for 3. 18 overs gone. It's a 46 over game though now because we've lost 4 overs. Another 165 required for the revised total of 250. We'll find out what's going on elsewhere shortly, as that was a good tumbling stop by Sophie Luff, who's ever keen to make sure she runs over balls that sometimes she's not going to get, but that one she was going to get, and she made no mistake. Hit back to Claire Nicholas and caught. And there is a real look of resignation from Lucy Hyam as she walks off for 34, having hit the ball straight back to Claire Nicholas. There was a big LBW appeal earlier in the over. They were creeping towards that 100 mark, but dot balls from Nicholas, a big appeal, and then the caught and bowled. And Lucy Hyam is out for 34. The score, 85 for 3, which becomes 85 for 4 with that wicket.
Yeah, I think, but Lucy will be a bit disappointed. Just on her way to score, I think quite a big score there, but you can see as she's walking off, a bit disappointed.
Yeah, a couple of instructions to the new batter, which is Harmer, but Lucy Hyam out for 34. 85 for 4, the score here. Caught and bowled by Claire Nicholas as Harmer runs out, stretches the bat behind her. Now, I imagine not too much different we're going to see from these two, really. They're going to just keep trying to work it along, keep trying to move it along, and keep those bigger hitters down the order. You mentioned Teresa Graves, of course, back in reserve at this stage. But obviously, it's the fact that Harmer's going to have to start, and everyone's always a bit slower at the start.
Yeah, I think Harmer can hit a long ball as well, as we've seen in the Charlotte Edwards tournament. So I think her plan probably is just to get herself in and go from there.
Right, I see. So she's going to sort of almost get her eye in and then use that as a launch pad to assault this total. Well, she's gone after the first one, wide of off stump, but not connected. 85 for 4 it remains. The revised total of 250 being chased here. Southern Vipers, they're chasing a DLS target as well. They need another 152. They're 24 for 1 at the moment as this is dabbed behind square on the offside. And Harmer comes through for 2, a well-judged 2, 87 for 4. So they're not going to get 100 for 3, but they're going to be there or thereabouts, you would think. 87 for 4, the score at the end of the 19th over. We gave you the comparison, which was showing Lightning ahead in terms of runs scored, which will that be encouraging on the bench? Will that be the sort of thing that they are aware of and watching, you know, sort of where they call it the worm, don't they, when they show it on the graphics?
I think so. I think we probably are thinking that we're ahead of them, so we know, as we saw, we can have a good launch pad towards the end and hopefully get that run rate a bit higher towards the end as the Douglas Lewis has climbed a little bit. Yeah,
it's up to 1, 2, 3 now. It was 100 2 overs ago.
Yeah.
And it just shows what a wicket does to it. It values wickets, doesn't it? Now,
Yeah,
Parfit is going to come on from the Athletic Stadium end, whirls away to Emily Windsor, who you feel has a very crucial role to play now, Emily Windsor. She's got to stay in. She's got to ensure that she doesn't lose her wicket. She's driven this down the offside of the pitch. No run again, but it won't bother her. As I say, staying out there seems to be the priority for Emily Windsor, and she's seems to be a specialist in it, and maybe that's why she's made this little lone move to just prove it to the likes of Charlotte Edwards, who's won that cup with any on it, that she can be useful in the Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy. Emily Windsor only picking up 1 there with the drive over the top of cover. Takes the score on to 88 for 4. So still progressing here. Our Lightning still creeping towards that total of 250. The chase 175 for the Southern Vipers. We'll remind you of their score in just a moment. Short, and Harmer has to chop down on it. I think she was expecting a little bit more bounce there and didn't quite get it. So still in a rain delay in that Southern Vipers game. So the total will change. 24 for 1, need 152 more. Chase of 176. 175, 16 for victory as this one's flicked away down towards fine. I think that hit the puff of sawdust.
Yeah, I think
Michaela
so,
Kirk saw it the same way I did there, which is a tad unfortunate. It was a wide ball anyway, so perhaps less unfortunate than if she'd hit it, and she'd have done well to have hit it into the sawdust, because I imagine that's directly behind the stumps and the wicketkeeper. That's going to be 3 to the total, I think. Take it on to 90. Oh, and that's a top edge that the wicketkeeper Wraith would have done very well to catch. But we move on to 92 for 4 with that single. Harmer, was she fortuitous there, or did Wraith just nearly do something extraordinary?
I think that would have been a very great catch.
Would have been a real reaction one, wouldn't it? Because she was completely unsighted as this one is hit by Emily Windsor, who's frustrated.
Yeah.
She hasn't played a lot of cricket. She hasn't played any of the Charlotte Edwards Cup games, for instance. As you say, you had a second-team game for you guys the other day ahead of this loan move. You know her fairly well from the 100, I imagine. But I guess it's hard coming in and things like that, hitting a full toss at a field. That's the kind of thing you haven't been at the crease very often.
I think, I think she probably wanted to hit that a bit differently. Obviously, bad ball, you want to always put it away. But you could see now she was a bit frustrated, but I guess you just have to accept it.
Something very exciting has happened. The scores after 20 overs are dead level, bar the wickets column. 92, both sides had at the 20-over mark, although Lightning are 2 more wickets down at 4 down compared to the 2 that Western Storm had. But this was when the main partnership was going, that 67 partnership between Luff and Wilson, as this one's hit really well. Threaded the gap with the on drive there, has Beth Harmer, and found 4 more runs, 4 very, very valuable runs. 96 for 4. Lightning ahead, but they have 4 overs left on their chase, or level anyway, but 4 overs left to chase with, 6 runs left. The target's 250 they need, another 154. It's raining the test match as well as at the Edgbaston Foundation ground in this competition, the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy. England 60 for 3 in response to 460 and all out from India. If you've joined us from the test match, good to have you with us, and I hope you're enjoying what the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy has to offer. A single there for Harmer, swiping into the leg side, 97 for 4. Lightning approaching that vital 100 mark. Sunrisers have collapsed a little bit. They have 10 and a bit overs remaining. That's a brilliant shot. And if she missed out on the last over off the full toss, Emily Windsor has not missed out there. She's just leant on that ball and hit it with the top hand, the high elbow, down the ground. 4 runs, and it brings up the 100 for Lightning. 101 for 4, Michaela Kirk. They didn't quite get there with the 3 wickets down, but it's a good position to be.
Yeah, it is. We still have 26 overs to go, and we still need 150 or 149. So I think these two are probably thinking the same thing, get that good partnership building and just keep going, keep ticking that scoreboard. Bad balls need to be put away now and try up the run rate a little bit. But like you say, strike rotation will probably be very key now.
Not sure that was a terrible ball, but it was definitely put away, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think
probably a bit of a full toss, maybe. A little bit,
it ended up a bit half volleyish, didn't it?
Yeah.
But I think Nicholas was trying to throw it up and draw the shot. It was just very, very
well played.
She got the shot she was looking for. It just happened to be hit well, and long on has gone right back. Of course, the fielding restrictions were in the first 10 overs that had just been completed at the point we went off for rain, as this one is driven to Luff coming across from mid-wicket. 101 for 4 then, another 149 required, as this one is driven sort of awkwardly, really, into the onside. Certainly wasn't as flowing as the drive that went for 4 earlier in the over. 101 for 4 of 21 overs. It's going to be a good chase, this, it feels.
I think so.
The wickets column's the only concern. It could fall away there, a bit like Sunrisers have. They're 190 for 7 now, chasing 282, so they need 92 runs from 10 overs, but crucially only have 3 wickets remaining. But I don't think, because I suppose the total's a lot lower, it's now a chase of 250. It doesn't feel like Lightning are going to be that far. If they do only have 3 wickets, they're probably only going to be needing 5s and 6s, potentially, as this one's thrown up to Harmer and hit up. And I don't think Harmer knew entirely where that had gone, but it plopped down on the pitch again. 101 for 4. This is Parfitt into the attack. We earlier had Filer, who took 1 wicket. 21 for 1, opening the bowling off 5 overs. Parfitt so far, 2 overs have gone for 10 runs without reward. Hit that hard up to mid-on. No run again. It's a couple of dot balls. And this is where it's a good chase, isn't it? As soon as there's a couple of dot balls, you think, it's swinging in Western Storm's favour. But then as soon as a boundary's hit or a couple of 1s and 2s, you're thinking, okay, Lightning look quite comfortable here. That was down the leg side, I felt, so must have been a bit of something on it, pad or bat, because there was no wide signal. Still 101 for 4. This one's driven into the leg side. Not the most fluent stroke, but it brings a single, 102 for 4. Is Emily Windsor the key now? Just she has to bat through?
I think so, yeah. She just has to, probably wants to be there.
Parfitt. Bowling. Oh, it's up in the air. If she does have to be, it's a problem because she's gone. She's out. 102 for 5. Just had a little bit of a slash at one outside the off stump, really, from the arm bowling of Parfitt around the wicket from the Athletic Stadium end. And Emily Windsor is making her way off. 102 for 5. And we were saying this game's in the balance, but a wicket is a big part every time it happens, and that's where Lightning are struggling in this chase. And 250, half the wickets remaining, so another 148 required. Feels a fair distance, but Piper Cleary and Beth Harmer, they can both bat.
I think it's going to be important for these two just to, I don't want to say rebuild, but they're going to have to rebuild a little bit, because obviously Harmer's still new to the crease. But these two just need to at least dig in a little bit and try to take us all the way to the death overs a bit.
We were saying this in the Storm innings, that the problem they were having was the innings almost kept stalling because of the wickets, and then the same thing seems to be happening in the Lightning innings. It will be interesting next time I can find a little comparison where I've jotted down where Lightning were. At the halfway stage of their chase, they were 118 for 3. They were 110 for 2 after 23 overs. So 21 gone now, 102 for 5. They're going to be ahead of that, but as I say, they've lost 4 at the back end. Oh dear, first ball. Piper Cleary's hit it in exactly the same place. Out to cover. 2 in a row. Almost identical dismissals. Emily Windsor was slightly beneath the ball, but Piper Cleary is cursing here, and you can understand why. She's seen a ball she can hit, and she's hit it, but she's hit it straight at cover in the air and just has to leave, and 102 for 5 becomes 102 for 6, and it's 2 in 2 for Parfitt, and it's 2 in 2, I think, for Filer, the fielder there. We'll just get that confirmed for you. Really, really unfortunate, Macaulay Kirk.
That's unfortunate. Bit of a half tracker. But you know what they say, bad balls do bring wickets.
They can do, particularly when they're the first ball you faced in a game. But I mean, you can't blame Piper Cleary for trying to hit that. It was there to be hit, and that was exactly what she went for. But it has brought about her demise. Emily Windsor also out in that over. It feels a crucial one in the game. It feels one where Lightning's chase just starts to falter. 102 for 6, 2 in the over. And if they are to get up to where Western Storm were, they're going to need 8 off this Claire Nicholas over, with a new batter joining Beth Harmer. It's Teresa Graves who's out there. Well, Harmer has hit that well. You said she could hit a clean ball, and she's hit one over square leg for 6. So 6 of the 8 they require to get up with where Western Storm were. 108 for 6. Maybe Harmer's gone, well, we're losing wickets, sort of propping and blocking around here. Why not get my hands through a few? Maybe it was just because it was leg side, but either way, it's gone for 6. What a shot that is. Here's Nicholas again. Bowling 2. Harmer, who's driving into the offside. There's a 1 on offer, and Harmer takes it fairly gratefully. So 109 for 6, taking all the pressure off the new batter Graves here. But I mean, Teresa Graves likes to hit it. She likes to go one way, doesn't she?
Terry can hit a ball. I've seen her. Hopefully she just stays a bit calm, gets herself in.
What I like is I give them the full name, and then you come in with the Terry or the KB. Or, I like that a lot. That's why we have Lightning cricketer Michaela Kirk alongside myself, Mike Perkins here, as this one's driven smoothly enough, but it doesn't bring a run for the new batter Graves here. But we saw some of that fluency that she can offer, as this one is bowled. Again, fluently driven into the offside. Again, there's no run on offer. As here is Nicholas, twirls away, pushed into the offside. Smale comes off the boundary, does the fielding, and 1 goes on to the total. So they've got the 8 they needed, 110 for 6. Their issue is the wickets column, because they were still 2 down at this stage, Western Storm. But they were in their best partnership of the game, and maybe Lightning's is still to come. It's high over the infield from Harmer. Now, will this go for 4? It looks from the disappointment over there as if it has gone for 4, and the umpire confirms as much. 114 for 6, so they didn't just get the 8, they got 12. And as I say, every time you think, well, this is swinging in Western Storm's favour, then Lightning come back and somebody like Beth Harmer hits a 6, and all of a sudden the game changes.
Yeah, like we said, 2 quick wickets have taken the Ducklift Lewis score right up to 173. So I think probably these 2 are probably thinking, just keep ticking, try save our wickets a bit.
Apologies. Gibson, who's in there at cover and took the 2 catches in the last over from Parfitt, dismissing Emily Windsor for 27, and also dismissing Piper Cleary, first ball for 0. So somebody still has to probably match the 48 of Sophie Luff. Will it be Teresa Graves? Will it be Beth Harmer, who has 20 already? Do they need to go on a little bit more? Because, of course, we saw Fran Wilson make 43 as well from just 37 balls, in fact, with 4 boundaries, or 4 fours and 2 sixes. Now, it was a bit uppish, and that interested Gibson there, but on this occasion, there was enough on it and enough direction to take it through cover for 4 runs. 119 for 6. Lightning showing no sign of slowing up. Now, I think we're nearing a commentary change here, aren't we? So, very obligingly, Ella Claridge has come in at more or less the half point. We've got a 46 over chase now, as this one's dabbed away behind square on the offside. So at the end of the over, we'll make a switch as Fran Wilson comes down round and does the fielding. 120 for 6, the score. But thank you to Michaela Kirk for talking us through all things, sort of your way back from that injury at Lords, but also giving us excellent detail on the chase that Lightning have been trying to effect here. Wide ball takes it on to 121 for 6. So thank you very much for joining us.
Well, thank you for having me.
It's been an absolute pleasure, as Graves will chop away into the offside of the back foot through cover. Vacant cover other than the fielder on the boundary. So that is another single to the total. 122 for 6. Just a couple more balls. Any final thoughts as this delivery is looped up and there's an attempt at a sweep off the bowling of Parfitt? It got 2 wickets in the previous over, but adds a 1, 2, 3 for 6.
I just hope we can...
This one's bashed away by Harmer through extra cover this time. Brings the field around, but still only produces 1 run. 124 for 6. Just hoping they can get there.
Yeah, just hoping we can get over the line. I think Harmer is going to be a very good key for us. Just that she stays in for us. So is Terry. Just build this partnership.
Well, we were looking at Emily Windsor to bat through, but she has gone. Cleary departed the very next ball. So it's down to these two, Harmer and Graves. Thanks to Michaela Kirk for joining us on the live stream. Also thanks to Sophie Munro and Bethan Ellis, who we've had on as well. And Ella Claridge is going to pop into the summarisers seat. Another Lightning player. 4 Lightning players for you today on the live stream. Treated if you've been amongst the sort of around about 500 plus who've been watching throughout the day. And it's a big welcome to Ella Claridge, our final guest of the day. 125 for 6 then, 24 overs gone. It still feels in the balance, but it feels as if Storm are ahead to me. Is that similar to your assessment, or do you see it more positively from the Lightning perspective?
Yeah, I think it's setting up to be a good finish to this game. If the Lightning if we can keep these 2 batsmen in and get a partnership now, I think could be a very interesting finish.
Smale, who bowled 3 overs from the Athletic Stadium end. 20 for no reward. Is coming back on from this, the little, what we call it, the ski lodge end of the ground. The south end of the ground as well. I was told north and south. I was maybe looking a bit lost given the points of the compass, as that one is taken, 126 for 6. Does it really have to be this partnership then for you, or is there still batting to come in your view?
I think we have a strong batting lineup all the way through. These 2 are probably the last.
Sort of front line batters at the moment, as Harmer
Yeah.
just pushes that one into the offside. So we've got Gordon, Groves and Ballinger still to come as the 3 more listed, as Sophia Smale will bowl. Nicely cut away again, nicely fielded again, and it's quite hard to find a way past Fran Wilson at backward point, as she's already proved with a catch and with her ground fielding as well. In comes Smale once more. Who get through her overs quickly, it has to be said. This time it has beaten Wilson behind square on the offside, but it's actually hit sort of almost so softly that it didn't quite have the momentum to take it for more than a single. 127 for 6. As Smale will whirl through once more. Waiting is Graves, who wound up for a big one there, but had to prop the bat down on the ball, just stop it really. 127 for 6 as Smale once more from the ski lodge end of the ground. It's worked away into the leg side. Harmer is quick, and she is quick enough through for the single. 128 for 6, so a good little ticket along sort of over there, but no boundaries in it. We are at the 25 over mark, which was the halfway stage in the first innings. It's not now because there are only 46 overs to chase. 128 for 6 though, so you're 10 ahead in terms of runs of where your opponents were, but it's the 6 wickets that's the problem.
Yeah, obviously 6 wickets down at this stage in the game isn't ideal, but like I said, we do battle the way down, and I do think the back end of our order can see this chase through. So hopefully if these 2 can have a partnership now, that could be crucial.
And we've been very lucky today. We've had 4 different players join us from Lightning Cricket who've got little niggles. What's your particular niggle at the moment then?
Yeah,
Ella
so
Claridge?
the sprained foot at the moment.
Oh,
so
dear.
shouldn't be not too major an injury, hopefully not out for too long.
Yeah.
Disappointed to me missing the first game, but yeah, hopefully not too serious.
But hoping to be back, as I think everyone we spoke to here, really. It doesn't sound like we've got, I mean, I know Michaela's obviously been out for a period of time, but she sounds like she's at the back end of that recovery, and the other 2 with hamstrings as well sound as if they'll be back soon. So that is encouraging news for Lightning fans, but it would be great to come back into a winning side, wouldn't it? And Western Storm, they put on 255. That's been reduced by 5 runs to a target of, well, it's been reduced to a score of 249. A target of 250 will be required for victory, as that goes through to Nat Wraith, who, unusually for Wraith, rather seemed to snatch at that one. Sort of a snatchy shot as well from Graves. It went past her off stump, but it produces nothing other than a dot ball. 128 for 6. Assesses the options. She sees a fielder back at long on, a fielder back at cover, and a 2 back on the leg side, or 2 more on the leg side at mid-wicket and long leg. And Graves just realises that was coming for her stumps, and she's down defensively on the ball. And again, it's a dot ball. Tense this, isn't it? It's just feels this wicket now and the game storms. But if they can't get it, getting up on the rate, and the over's ticking down, and a bit less time to bat as well. As in comes the ball down the leg side there from Filer.
Yeah, I just think if can keep wickets in the bank, wouldn't mind chasing a few more runs at the end of the innings. So at this stage, I think wickets is the most important thing to keep in hand.
1-2-9 for 6. Yeah, you wouldn't want that trio of Gordon, Groves and Ballinger sort of coming in at this stage, but if they're maybe coming in with, say, 8-10 overs to go, then, and one of the other batters set, they've got a chance. And you can hear the roar probably away to the left-hand side from that shot from Teresa Graves, which takes her into double figures, 133 for 6. The boundary was needed, although I suppose the wide ball had helped as well. And it just evaded the dive of Fran Wilson, who was probably the only one who could have got fingertips on that, but it didn't take enough off it to stop it going for 4.
Yeah, it was a very well-timed shot there from Teresa Graves.
Is Fran Wilson one of those fielders you just almost, even if you like the cut, you're sort of just trying to avoid hitting it anywhere near, as Graves waits again, pushes off the back foot sort of in a jumpy fashion, only find Danny Gibson who got those 2 catches in an over a few back.
Yeah, she's obviously a very, very good fielder, world-class fielder. You don't particularly want to be hitting it near to her hands.
Yeah, she's shown she is top-notch. Still, even after that international retirement, made 64 international appearances for England as Teresa Graves pushes this one on the offside. There is no run on offer, 133. 6, the score remains. In terms of how those were divided up, Fran Wilson, 1 test match, 33 ODIs and 30 T20 internationals. So a pretty decent England career, that, when you hang those boots up and look back on it. But she's in no mood to do it just yet. She's trying to help Western Storm to victory as this one is played by Teresa Graves. It's going to be tight. There's an appeal and it's run out. Well, it's a disappointing way for Beth Harmer's innings to come to an end. She's quick between the stumps, is Harmer, but she's not quick enough. And she has to get back to her feet and walk off the pitch. A really disappointing way for Lightning to lose their 7th wicket. It's Beth Harmer out for 27 and run out at that. A sharp return in the field and a good bit of glove work from Nat Wraith just to complete the job. And Kirsty Gordon is walking out with, well, a long time to bat, the best part of 20 overs. And it is leaving a lot of work for these 3 batters to do, isn't it, Ella Claridge?
Yeah, you'd like to think now the sort of only way you're going to get to that total is if Graves can score a few here. I was a bit unfortunate because I think Harmer was looking good out there in the middle. She was hitting some nice shots, so to get out in that way is quite disappointing. But hopefully, still a chance. Have to keep believing.
It's felt as if every time one player's got in, the partner who was already in has got out, and there's only ever been one person in at a time. For a long period, it was Emily Windsor, who made 27. Lucy Hyam made 34. That was probably the point when those 2 were together, that there were 2 people who were in at the crease. But other than that, it's sort of been one's got in, one's got out type of thing. It's almost been a revolving door type situation as Smale begins another over from this ski lodge end. 1-3-3 for 7 score. It remains there as a defensive stroke is played. Kirsty Gordon, Teresa Graves then are going to have to get another 117 runs if Lightning are to win their opening game in the Rachel Hayer Flint Trophy. It had felt close at most points during this 2nd innings, as if Lightning could do it, but always as if they were losing a few too many wickets. And in comes Smale again. clipped off the back foot into the offside. 1 run taken, returned by Filer. 1, 3, 4 for 7.
Yeah, I think as you said, we've sort of struggled for partnerships. We haven't had too many, apart from that one between Windsor and Higham.
Here comes Smale, driven neatly by Gordon. A little throw at the stumps as well. The backing up done by Gibson. Fielding all in good order there. 134 for 7. The biggest partnership of the Western Storm innings was 67, as I recall. It was the one, as you say, between Windsor and Higham that came closest to matching it for Lightning. Took them from 23 for 3 to the score being 85, so 62. So not dissimilar. It's just the fact there's not been a lot else around it, I guess, has been the difference at this stage. But a big one here, and you never know, but it seems to be slipping away from Lightning. I think it's my feeling out of the Claridge.
Yeah, I think maybe we just lost a few too many wickets at this point. Didn't help losing wickets up top. Always is going to be difficult when you lose your opening batsman and number 3 early on.
Once again then, Filer, elbows jutting out at the start of the run and then sneaks it through outside the off stump. It's by Nat Wraith. 1, 3, 4 for 7 the total moves on to. It seemed there was a real sort of different approach taken by Lightning in the T20, of which you were a big part of, sort of yourself and Marie Kelly striking the ball very hard at the top of the innings seemed to be the plan, as Teresa Graves hits this one off the back foot and it's through extra cover. There's a chase round. It will be completed and it actually keeps it to 1, which is pretty impressive bit of fielding out there. 135 for 7. Is your game going to be to take that hard hitting into this Reg Flint Trophy now? Are you going to look to be laying bat to ball?
Yeah, I think the approach has to differ slightly, but we'd still like to be able to come in and hit the ball hard and score runs, and ideally, if up top, get a stable base, get a nice score, then at the back end of the innings you can come in and hit it hard and set a big total. So
in the T20 games, you're almost doing it the opposite way. It was kind of, as I say, you, Marie. I mean, Tammy's going to bat the way Tammy bats, right? Oh, there's an appeal fought behind, and it's out. Kirsty Gordon's just almost pushed it round the corner to the keeper, Nat Ray. It's a pretty damn good catch from the wicketkeeper, tumbling away to her left-hand side. 135 for 8, and this innings is just falling away. It was a revised total of 250 that Lightning were chasing, but that steady loss of wickets, and that actually seemed to happen in the T20 as well. I think, as you say, yourself and Marie, and Tammy's going to play the way Tammy plays, was sort of going at it fairly hard at the top, but then you kind of just needed a bit more in the middle, whereas today you needed a bit at the top that just hasn't quite been forthcoming, and I guess that's going to be the challenge as the tournament progresses then.
yeah, it's definitely something to learn from. We'd like to have our top order firing, and hopefully this is just a one-off, and I know the top order batters are very good and can definitely make a lot of runs. So.
And it seems clear at the moment, at the international level, obviously England have been blessed with Sarah Taylor and then Amy Jones, who is very hard-hitting. But it seems as if they're after the next one, because obviously we all know Threlkel can keep, we all know Wraith can keep. We've just seen her take a spectacular catch. But it very much seems to be they're looking to the best heaters, and I suppose people like Ella Claridge who can come in and can hit a ball hard. But I guess your first challenge is getting past Sarah Bryce as well, who was excellent with the gloves today with the run out and the catch down the leg side.
Yeah, she's a very good keeper, so I think it'd be hard to take the gloves off from her. But like in the T20s, I got an opportunity while she was away, so I just try and take those opportunities when I can.
Yeah, no, as you say, you got that opportunity with gloves and with hit it hard with the bat, as Josie Groves has hit it hard. She's gone out no-nonsense approach and hit that one through extra cover, and it's going to be 4 runs Really nice shot. 139 for 8. Just waited for the ball full and just really stuck the hands through that. Foot out the way. And that was a really, really good stroke. So if you get there like this, it's going to be spectacular. But is it nice, I suppose, to have those two strings to your bow, be that hard-hitting batter, but also be able to do the gloves? I suppose it gives you two ways into the team, as this one is bowled by Filer, defended well by Groves into the offside. No run on that occasion. Gibson doing the fielding.
Yeah, it's nice to, if one aspect of your game isn't going so well, to have another aspect to go back to. So yeah, it's always nice if I have gloves and a good game with the bat, but I'll take it if I just have one or the other.
Yeah, but it also offers you a way into that team, doesn't it, when you're not picked as a wicketkeeper, that you can bat. Oh, there's an appeal for caught behind, it's out. And Nat Wright has her second catch of the over, again off the bowling of Filer. And this time it is Josie Groves who fought 4, so 2 wickets in the over. Gordon going for 0, and now Groves for 5, and, well, 4 in fact. The 4 hit well through the offside, and it doesn't feel as if we're going to be here too long. And I think actually it's looking like a fairly substantial victory at the moment for Western Storm, which strangely earlier on in the chase it was feeling as if it might not be, but it's all happened rather quickly all of a sudden.
Yeah, I think the pressure's just got to the batters a little bit. A lot of runs required, and obviously run rate starts to creep up. You have a lot of runs to get, so yeah, give your wicket away.
Well, Grace Ballinger, we know she can bat in the East Midlands final of the County T20. She hit a 50 in that, so she's on her way to the crease now to see what she can produce for her team, but asking with just the 1 wicket remaining for Teresa Graves and Grace Ballinger to knock off these 111 runs required is quite some task. So at the moment it would be a 110 run victory for Western Storm, who've looked impressive today. They struggled a little bit in the T20, but they look very, very good, and as if they could be real challengers in this competition. Of course, we won't know until they play a couple more of the teams, but yeah, I mentioned that East Midlands section of the T20 finals day. 14 for 3, Grace Ballinger took with the ball, and 50 for Leicestershire with the bat. So given we're in Leicestershire, she'll be hoping to replicate that form, and she'll get the strike straight away, because Teresa Graves has just lent on that, pushed it down the onside of straight. 139 becomes 140 for 9. But the 9 wickets down is the problem from the Lightning perspective, and that is why Western Storm are closing in on victory, as the wind just kicks up and makes it a little bit cooler. It's almost time to get the rain jacket back on, I think, just for warmth on this occasion as much as anything else. Also to shield the microphone to save people's ears at home from the wind. But 140 for 9. Will it be this ball? Riven by Ballinger, behind square on the leg side, so not where she intended it. She had to get those legs going nice and quickly to get to the non-striker's end, but does so. 141 for 1. We have Smale with the ball in hand. She's going to go around the wicket to the right-handed Teresa Graves, who's on the back foot, hitting it up to the ever-busy Katie George, who affected that very impressive stop out on the boundary in the previous over. And now Graves just working through for the single on to 14. 142 for 9, as I'm going to try and block the wind on your microphone as well with with my shoulders as best I can. Ella Claridge, Lightning cricketer, with us here, looking to just find her way back into that team from injury, and we're delighted to have her expertise with us today. Then, so how are you sort of seeing the chances in the Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy? Obviously, this game's not perhaps gone quite as you would have wanted, but what would represent success? I mean, obviously everybody is looking to get to that finals day, but sort of how realistic a prospect is it for Lightning this season?
I think the finals day was something we were really pushing for. I think we do have a very strong team in the 50 over competition. Our batting has been strong, although today we haven't lived up to things really, but I do think we can put big totals on the board, and bowling wise we can also defend.
I mean, as you say, it looks a strong batting lineup, and as a lineup that when it fires, it's really going to fire, if that makes sense. As waiting here is Graves pushing into the offside. She likes that stroke, does the cricketer who's with Nottinghamshire at the moment. 142 for 9, the score remains. Her sister Yvonne could be in action for Northern Diamonds tomorrow. They play against Thunder. I'll be there at Sale Cricket Club to bring you that one alongside Elizabeth Botcherby from the cricketer, as elbows jutting out is the distinctive action of fire there. Oh, that looked as if it was going to be another nick through to Wraith. She got 2 in the last over after another there, but couldn't quite affect the catch behind. But there's a feeling if it starts firing, as if there's no limit on what Lightning can achieve, then it would be your view.
Yeah, I think we saw a glimpse of it in the T20s.
Here's Filer bowling to Graves, who's hooking this one away right down to the backward square leg boundary, and waited till the very last minute to Katie George, but she's a fantastic fielder and she judged it perfectly and just pushed it inside the rope. 144 for 9. Sorry, I'll let you continue there, Ella.
Yeah, as I was saying, I think we saw a glimpse of what we could do in the T20 competition, but if we can really, across a 50 over game, play the way that we did and the way that we want to play, which is quite positive, we set a big total and hopefully be able to chase down big totals as well.
Still rain in the Central Sparks versus Southern Vipers game. They went off with 26 overs remaining, and they've been off a good time as that single is taken by Teresa Graves. 145 for 9. There's a team of Sarah Ginn, Claire Jenkins, Samara Afzal and Kevin James from BBC Radio Solent, bringing you that game on the Central Sparks stream and on BBC Sport website. But if at the moment they're trying to get back on, and I imagine those overs are ticking away because they only went off with 26 left. 103 for 3. In fact, that's the Sparks innings rather, as we just hit the refresh button there. Ballinger trying to poke at that one. So, sorry, 16.1 overs left when Vipers went off. So I think they're heading for a no result there. In that game, as they look to just try and force a result here. 1 wicket would bring the result and the win for Western Storm in this one against Lightning Cricket, as it's worked away behind square on the leg side. Run gratefully accepted by Ballinger. 146 for 9 then the score at the end of the 29th over, but we're sort of at the point where comparing the scores really is becoming a sort of slightly academic exercise, because it's been a professional job by the Western Storm this, and you would imagine they're going to be able to complete victory. But what do Lightning take going forward from this game, Ella Claridge?
I think we have to take some positives in the bowling performance and also in the fielding performance. On this sort of ground, which you'd think would be pretty high scoring, we've seen some high scores here before, to be able to keep them down to 250, I think from a bowling point of view is quite a good effort. Batting wise, like the partnership from Higham and Windsor showed us that the runs are there and we can do it, but just a bit more consistent. So.
And the 2 run-outs, actually, you were talking about the fielding there, that really helped as well. Keep that handle on the total, and two sort of direct hits, one from the wicketkeeper, one from Beth Harmer as well. I mean, really impressive stuff in the field there, as that one's played into the offside. One on offer, 147 for 9. Right, my score has finally caught up of where Southern Vipers went off for rain. There was 33 overs left, so they've still got a little bit of time, but they have been off a considerable amount of time. They did another 152 at the stage they went off. They were chasing 175 by the looks of things, or 176 for victory. 175 was the target set by Central Sparks, and it looks to be all but over between South East Stars and the Sunrisers, although Sunrisers bat on with their final wicket, as that one was driven uppishly, and I think Katie George thought the winning catch was coming her way, but it didn't in the end. 148 for 9. So Summers 201 for 9. They need another 81 from 8.3 overs. It doesn't look like it's going to happen with just the one wicket remaining, but who knows? And who knows here? Just one wicket remaining, plenty of runs needed, another 102 required by Lightning. It would be an extraordinary win, though, you would feel, as Luff goes sliding away into the offside, makes the stop, and prevents the run.
It would have to be a bit of a miracle from here to get the runs, but you never know.
Sophie Luff will leave as the top scorer in this game. She's the top scorer in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. Full stop, with 756 from the first 48 from today, as well, as this one is returned fiercely into the wicketkeeper Nat Wraith on the bounce from Danny Gibson, and everything Storm are doing at the moment just seems to have a little bit of a tick to it. 149 for 9. So the 150, I suppose, another little milestone, isn't it? And Lightning will want to make sure they get there, but Gibson rolling it and knowing it is or could be the last ball of the game every time she lets it go. 150 is up for Lightning. Not too many spectators left on this cold day. I think the weather rather limited the crowd. I know you've been out there over there in the deck chairs, but it's not been quite deck chair weather.
Yeah, not quite. The chairs got a bit wet as well, so
that doesn't help.
had to improvise a little bit there.
They didn't have little puddles in the dip in them that you'd sit in, as this one is pulled away by Grace Ballinger. Another single on offer for the left-hander, 151 for 9. Ballinger on 5. 19 is Teresa Gray's score. I mean, these two just have to sort of, I suppose, use this as a little bit of time to bat and just try and go on as long as they can and play their strokes.
Yeah, hopefully, even if we can't get over the line here today, it'd be these two to get a few runs, get a bit of time at them in the middle. I know they haven't spent too much time out there so far this season, so to be able to do that and get a few runs for themselves would be good. Yeah, and it would just give Lightning something to take, wouldn't it, if they could have one more partnership here, even if it is the very last one of their innings. But I was surprised how close, actually, the Windsor Higham partnership was to the Luff Wilson one. But it just goes to show that there are players in the Lightning team who can do exactly what the best players in the Western Storm team did. But both teams will be fair. They need batters to go on in the way that, of course, Catherine Bryce did here last year on a very different day. I was saying to Michaela, it was a little bit warmer that day, wasn't it, when she got the 162 dot ball to start the over? Yeah, that was a very, very different day to today. Very cold and windy today.
Nicholas bowling it around the wicket, forced off the back foot from Ballinger. And for our viewers down in the southwest, this will be a very, very welcome treat indeed. The Western Storm looking to start their competition in fine fashion, just needing the one more wicket, as that one's forced off the back foot by Nicholas. Checks the spikes on the boot, which I imagine might have a little bit of mud in them in these wet conditions. The green hedgerow in the distance, despite the wind looking too dishevelled, still in fairly neat order. Nice shot there from Ballinger. Is it going to go all the way for 4? Not quite. There was applause and cheers from the Lightning bench over there, almost trying to help it on its way towards the boundary, but Ballinger has to settle for 2. 7 not out, she's on to. Graves, 19 at the other end. Ballinger defends. 1-5-3 for 9. The score remains. No run there. Ballinger again. Taps the bat 2 or 3 times before raising it and waiting. And then pushing back down the pitch. As far as Nicholas, who immediately the shout from the Western Storm players, let's get through, let's get through. They're still trying to tick along here. 32 overs gone then, 14 more remaining in the game. And I suppose it is literally just a case of trying to bat those 14 overs and see where they end up and see if they end up somewhere close.
Yeah, I think we want to try and get as close to their score as possible, try and get as many runs on the board as we can. Yeah, at this stage in the game, we're just trying to bat as long as we can.
At the moment, 1-5-3 divided 32 is 4.78. So they'll be wanting to keep that run rate up close to the Western Storm one as well, just to see if they can salvage the bonus point, but it looks a long shot at this stage. 97 more require victory here for Western Storm. Danny Gibson trying to finish this game off. Teresa Graves on strike, waiting, driving, nice shot. Save though by Katie George, real. I mean, we've been talking about Fran Wilson's fielding, but I mean, Katie George's is right up there as well.
Yeah, she's made a few really good stops in the field today. That one there was almost like a goalkeeper save, sort of diving to her right.
There was one over where she was almost like a magnet there at cover. It got hit about at her 3 or 4 times, I think. It was as if no one else was playing as that one goes through. And Nat Wraith there with the gloves. She's been reliable today, as well as Nat Wraith. Steady operator for the Western Storm. Of course, Western Storm winning the KSL in 2017-2019. Can they find a way to a Lord's final in the Rachel Hayhoe Flynn Trophy? We shall see, as this one is bowled and hit nicely by Graves down the ground, but long on is in place. It's Hennessy who returns the ball, 154 for 9. And it just shows, I suppose, Western Storm didn't have a lot to play for in their last T20 game against Sparks, but they won it against a nervy Sparks side who'd been pretty good throughout the tournament, and then they seem to have taken the momentum they've gained from that victory into this first game against Lightning here as Gibson bowls, and this one's driven into the offside. Oh, it's poor fielding from Luff, which is unusual for Luff. He's a very good fielder, but perhaps wasn't treated too kindly by the bobble there. And 155 for 9 the total moves on to with the single. Didn't cost her too much, I suppose, will be the relief. Settling then is Graves once more. Full toss, hit nicely into the leg side. There's one. And Hennessy is round and is able to do the 156 for 9 then. Another over negotiated, another little sort of check in the box of these two batters, it seems.
Yeah, it's just, like I said, it's more time they can spend out the middle, and as much as they can, it'd be good for future games. If we can end this game on some sort of a high, it would be some momentum to be able to take forward into the next game.
Certainly would, and as I say, you know, Storm didn't necessarily have much to play for at Worcester, but they won a game and they sort of kick-started what they were doing, and there's the opportunity to do that for Lightning here, just with a partnership at the end. Can that be something that they can carry forward into their future matches as well? It does though seem as if this game's only going one way, and that's because there's another 94 required and there's a long time to bat with just 1 wicket left. Graves can't add to the total with that swing into the leg side. It remains at 156 for 9. The rain's increasing a little bit here. It would be nice for Storm to be able to complete the victory with even though it will have that DLS asterisk next to it, they complete the victory with a wicket rather than the heavens opening. But we're starting to hear it again on top of the gazebo. It's starting to get a lot darker as well. That's the other the other aspect here. The umpires have been very good keeping us out there. We mentioned they're the first married couple to umpire a professional game of English cricket as another singles had 158 for 9. That's a pretty nice moment for them, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jasmine Naeem and Naeem Ashraf. And they've done a good job as far as I can see. Certainly negotiated that rain break well, which is, they told us what was going on, which is always what we're what we're after here, Ella.
Yeah.
158 for 9. A couple of others. If you do want to shelter under the gazebo, come in. There's a couple of fans trying to shelter from that rain, which is getting very heavy. This one's clattered by Teresa Graves, away for 4 runs, 162 for 9. Nice stroke down the ground, and that just shows there are points up for grabs here in terms of just honour, really, for Lightning and Western Storm. Now, the rain's coming down hard here, Ella. I think this is harder than when it was when we came off the first time. There's no way they can stay out, and I think this is going to be the end of the game, although Jasmine Naeem has handed the ball to Gibson, so maybe they're going to stick it out, but this is heavy.
Yeah, it looks like they're staying on, but this is quite heavy rain. I guess they just want to try and get the game completed at this point. They have done well so far, getting as much play as they have.
You can see why, but with not loads to play for here, you can also see the case for ending this, and it has got very dark as this one's hit beautifully by Grace Ballinger. Lovely shot from Grace Ballinger over extra cover and showing she's a much better batter than her position in the order would indicate. 166 for 9.
Yeah, slowly creeping up here. Ballinger getting a few runs. She'll like to hit a few boundaries here and try and get a few runs, so maybe in the next game she might move up in the order.
84 required for victory still. That seems unlikely. It looks as if the weather is going to have the final say, because I'm starting to get very wet even under the gazebo here, so the hood may well be going up. Sorry if it interferes on your ears and makes a bit of a scratchy sound, as that one's bowled and it is blocked by Ballinger, and the umpires have, I think, done the sensible thing here. They credit to them all day. They tried to keep the players on the pitch. They tried to give a cricketing conclusion to this game. I think we've probably seen the last action of the day, Ella Claridge, and I think it's going to end in a Western Storm win. By exactly how many runs on Duckworth Lewis Stern, we will find out shortly as we try to remove all the electrical equipment back into the plastic bags. But just before we finish, just a final thought, Ella Claridge. I mean, it's not gone Lightning's way today, but as you were saying, there are promising signs there.
Yeah, I think we can take positives from this game. Like I said before, we bowled pretty well. I think we'll feel that we did well to restrict them to 255, and also in the field, which has been quite a highlight for us today. Probably we had good energy, and like the 2 run-outs that we had really set the tone in the field.
Well, thank you for joining us today on the Lightning Cricket stream. I would usually run you through the card, but it's absolutely tipping it down with rain, and we're outside here at Hazelgrove. So I'm going to leave you to find that on somewhere like the BBC Sport website, which will be able to furnish you with all the details of this game. It will furnish you with the final outcome of this game as well. We're going to probably have to stay huddled under this gazebo just for a few moments longer to stay away from this downpour of rain, but I think it is going to bring a premature end to the game. But 9 wickets down at the end for Lightning. It's only going one way on the Duckworth Lewis Stern method, because the pass score would be 2-3-6 at this stage. The Western Storm will win the game by a considerable margin. In fact, I can probably just work that one out for you. So 166 is the Lightning score. I think it is likely to end up being, in fact, the phone is too wet to do the calculations on at the moment, such as the veracity of the rain. So it's probably going to be a 70-run victory, I think, on Duckworth Lewis Stern method. The 40 takes you up to 206 plus the 30. Yeah, 70 runs, I think, will be the margin. We'll thrash all that out once we're back somewhere a little drier than we are now. Thank you for joining us on the Lightning Cricket stream. We have another game here at Hazelgrove next week. There is also coverage on YouTube of Thunder versus Northern Diamonds, the final game in this first round of fixtures tomorrow. I'll be there at Sale Cricket Club. Weather depending, of course. Hopefully it will be a little drier than it is right now at Hazelgrave. Thank you for joining myself, Ella Claridge, Sophie Monroe, Michaela Kirk and Bethan Ellis, the Lightning players who've been joining commentary throughout the course of the day. And we will see you again soon, perhaps back here next week at Hazelgrave.